Well, there goes the Daverhood. Good morning, everybody. Welcome on this Saturday morning, the very first Saturday in the month of September of 2020, for the 762nd episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream. With me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, Joyce. And 1 week early, we actually have our beloved Potato here. Potato's getting ready because it's a big deal for them, Potato Day. Potato Day is a very important day in Greeley, Colorado, where my wife and I were living for almost a decade. And once a year, they sort of go back in time in a big old field and not a playground area. What would you call it? An encampment, a picnic lounge. And what do we call it? It's
historical village.
Historical village, and they literally make it historical for. I'm gonna need this later. They make it look historical. So they go, what was Greeley, Colorado like 100 years, 150, 200 years ago? And you get a blacksmith, and you get a butter churner, and Mexican dancers, and all these kinds of things, and a book sale. But the ostensible reason for having it is that before it became about gas and oil and fracking and tearing animals to pieces, Greeley, Colorado was about sugar beet crop. And before that, these guys.
Can you fix the corner? Look, the corner's a little back
Like,
there.
I don't know what I can do about that without pushing this whole thing down. There we go. Yeah, it's not better at all, but it'll do. So we're gonna try and fix our sign here. I don't want to really ruin it. What happened? Oh, you have it. Okay, hold on. This is very important. The taping of the 2018 Potato Day sign. Right, hold on. This is. I'm gonna need, when I do this, I'm gonna need a drum roll. I'll actually need, instead of a drum roll, can I have a drum crawler? I think those would be more tasty. Here we go. Hold on. The taping of the Potato Day sign. Potato is trembling with excitement. All right. It's not important.
Yes, it is.
Oh, and watch what I'm going to do also is get the shadow out of the way. That should help a little bit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, behold. Well, it's a little better. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Is that spectacular or what? I would say what. But here's the deal. So every year, for like more than 100 years, with some years off, Greeley would have a Potato Day, a day dedicated to, post-blight. The potato crop would be celebrated, and life as it used to be, in an idealized sort of life as it used to be, would be celebrated in Greeley, Colorado, in Centennial Village. And I went to a bunch of these, missed one or two of them, brought potatoes to several of them, was photographed for the local newspaper, the Greeley Tribune, bedecked in potatoes, was interviewed. And if you have seen, I showed you a couple of weeks ago, and also on Facebook, the website for the Greeley Museum. It's like greeleymuseum.gov or .com, their official museum website and calendar. And if you go there for information on this year's Potato Day, the photograph that you see is actually me standing there in a potato costume. Yes, and offering joyfully potatoes in both hands, cooked potatoes in both hands. It's a magnificent picture. It's the most ridiculous thing. It was, I mean, my photograph was taken with my permission. It was not, they didn't ask, hey, do you want to be the unofficial spokesperson for Potato Day? Because if they'd asked me, I would have said, yeah. What?
The photographer did say that if they take your picture, you're going to use it.
Yeah, I expected it to kind of just be used in a post 2018 little place in a museum with a dozen photographs of other people and the organizers smiling and yeah. No, I became sort of the face of Potato Day, not even for last year when I wasn't even there, but for this year. My connection's unstable. Oh no, everything about me is unstable. So
What
I am on. Well, let's just say, what am I on? I'm on the extinction thing, but I can't change. I've got to be on this anyway. So what I don't want to tell poor potato and the other potatoes that we have, what doesn't he want to tell us? And the rather sad news is that owing to the pandemic, a couple of weeks ago, they made the decision that the 2020 Potato Day will not be. I know. This happens occasionally. In fact, I think I told you the story of a few years ago. I was completely angry and upset at the Potato Day organizers because it's a very meaningful day to me. That it was on a Saturday morning. It's always on a Saturday morning. And although I'm not a religious Jewish person where Saturday morning would be off limits no matter what, although I guess you can walk around if you don't buy anything or do anything. But this particular Saturday was on Yom Kippur.
David, people are tuning in for the quiz.
Oh, great, I'll name check them in a moment. But, and I wanted to tell them, and I wrote to them, I think, I said, look, I love this day. This is a beautiful, important, I mean, Martin Luther King Day, all right, that's kind of meaningful to some people, I guess. And you have, the day remembering 9/11, that's fairly important, the day, but for gosh sakes, Potato Day. And you are putting it on a day when my people are either going to be in synagogue or thinking they ought to be in synagogue, but basically just sitting home starving themselves. How can you do this? And God backed me up on this. God was, is that God speaking? See, he speaks in tongues. And God saith unto the Potato Day organizers, and since it's a whole outdoor thing, it was just pouring rain and they canceled the event. Serve them right. So that Potato Day didn't happen, but they do them pretty much every year, barring ... So this year, they were going to do it not this Saturday, but next Saturday. And then they canceled it. So a couple of weeks. Potato has a lot of eyes, but not many ears. So the hearing is fairly selective. So this very sad thing. I don't want to tell them. I don't want to take his joy away because a week before they do a test run, they start preparing. So Potato's here on the radio. He's got his mic and he's preparing the, really isn't much of a parade, but to just broadcast from Potato Day as if it were really happening next week. It's a bittersweet moment here in the Daverhood on this Saturday, September 5th, 2020, where we are doing the 762nd episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio Podcastio Programmio of the stream. With me, Dave Lefkowitz. Joyce is there. And who do we have tuning in? Who's watching the show so far?
It took away everyone I can't see.
I don't know why it takes away the human beings. Yeah.
Abby, Anne, Mark, William, Jessica, and a whole bunch of other people that I can't see because it just.
Yeah, we try and name check you as best we can.
Yeah, it took away. Let me try to reload again.
Yeah, let me see if I can even see. I'm gonna.
If you're all in the watch party, look at this. We have like 6 to.
Well, welcome. You tune into a very, very fun. Well, one hopes. I can't really pre-guarantee like a host and things like that say, oh, we got a great show for you today. And who the hell knows? It could be absolutely disastrous. But it seems like, it appears as if we're going to have a really, really fun show. Because, okay, we've got Greeley Crimes and Old Times coming up. That's that fun segment where we do I mentioned the Greeley Tribune newspaper that published my photo for Potato Day a couple of years ago. The Greeley Tribune has a couple of columns in them about phone calls that come into the police. So name them if you can.
My old colleague, Genevieve.
What?
Never mind.
Yeah, okay. She's your old colleague, and you know her and love her so much.
I look at this, so everybody up is blank.
I don't understand why they go blank on it.
I think they're converting me to the new Facebook.
This new Facebook.
Oh, no, I'm in the old one, but sometimes I'm able to get it, and then sometimes I can't invite people.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
All right, so just enjoy the show. Just hang. If people tune in, that's wonderful. If you guys who are tuning in are enjoying what you're seeing so far, and why wouldn't you be? Invite others, invite family, friends to say, hey, this is 3 hours of nuttiness every Saturday morning from 9 until noon right here on this Facebook page with me and Potatoes and Joyce and all of you folks tuning in, all of you Davidians. I think we're going with that. We're not going with Daverhoodies or Daverhoodlums. How does Dave Fanatics work? Dave Addicts? No, Davidians. It's got kind of a nice sort of serial killer touch to it. But welcome, whether I get to name check you or not, welcome to the Daverhood on this Saturday to see Greeley Crimes and Old Times, which is, again, it's phone calls that come into the local police department in this small city in Colorado. And it isn't like, there's a 411 in progress and I don't know, we have to get that information. Get it? 411. No, it's more of the silly, weird, ridiculous ones mixed in with items that were in the local Greeley newspaper 100 years ago. So our friend Mike Peters goes to the papers back in 1920, and he picks out some of the cutest, funniest, most nostalgic bits that were printed in the actual newspaper, and a column called 100 Years Ago. We mix those two together and we share them with you on Dave's Gone By. We also have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. This is where every week I make a poem, because I am a creative sort and was living in Colorado. So I decided at one time, hey, just on the spur of the moment, let me write a poem about, it occurred to me, I can write a rather ribald, risque poem about this place in Colorado. And then another place came to mind, and then another place came to mind, another place. And now I've got over 100 of them, and I do one a week of our Colorado Limericks of the Damned. What was that?
I'm writing the names down, so that's what I like.
Oh, that'd be great, yeah. Just don't use your good paper. Use scrappy, crappy paper. So there's that. There's also Inside Broadway. Not a lot of Broadway news. And this time of year, there wouldn't be any way. Labor Day, nothing happens, even in the best, most active Broadway seasons. And this is kind of the opposite of that. But we've got a little bit of Broadway news to share with you, because I've been an actor, director, playwright, critic, and journalist in the theater for many, many years. So I love to share a little bit about theater. It's one of our less funny. So this is one of the funny segments. I don't know if I can tell you something, but the Broadway segment is more serious, but I just love sharing theater with you. So we do that segment as well. And if there's time, we're going to have Dave's Big Dictionary. We haven't done this in a couple of weeks. We're going to get this going now, as a matter of fact. What happens is my darling, adorable, and wonderful wife, Joyce, who's not only keeping track of the show and keeping track of all the people tuning in and her watch party, is she's going to take her finger and put it in a very special place. Yeah, she learned to do that on our honeymoon, but she also goes into this book, or we were using a different one back in Colorado, but it is a dictionary held together with tape and spittle. If you can notice, the Webster's New World Dictionary, really the condition this thing's in, it should be the Old World at this point. And she will, at random, point to a word. She'll flip through it, put her finger right down on the page. And wherever her finger lands, I've got to take that word, think about it, and then come up with something to talk about for 5 or 10 minutes. So let's give this a whirl. Joyce, if you wouldn't mind doing the honors, flippy, and she's close your eyes, no fair. She drops the book on the floor. She runs her hand down, and the hand, having Rich says,
Geology.
What?
Geology.
Geology. That's not a bad word, I don't think.
Not a good word.
Geology. All right, I'm going to write that down. I got a pen. No, I got it, thanks. Geology. And let me tell you something. You might not like that word, but to me, that word rocks. I need a noise. There we go. Thank you. Which kind of reminds me, we have to open the show, which we do with rocks in my head, just like this.
Good morning. There goes the Daverhood. And there was much rejoicing.
Didn't your meds kick in yet?
Yeah, David Lecter is here. He's a Long Island arts guy. He's got his own radio show.
I want you all to really enjoy a wonderful program done by a fine artist.
A glorious thing of unparalleled beauty.
Dave's gone by. Dave is one of my very favorite broadcasters, so keep on listening to Mr. Dave.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, the Dave's gone by. Facebookio, podcastio, programmio of the stream. Actually, that last voice you heard was the late, great Joe Franklin, who, see, some of those voices were recorded or we grabbed them off the internet about other things. Gilbert Gottfried, who was a guest on our show, that recording was him talking about Joan Rivers' vagina. But Joe Franklin was actually talking about me. And we missed Joe, and he was actually, I was startled last night. We were watching this incredibly slow documentary about the late artistic director of the American Place Theater, Wynn Handman. First, I have no idea why Netflix has, they've got all these documentaries about people who are serial murderers, people who are in prison, people who see aliens, and then like this guy who ran a fairly minor off-Broadway theater in New York for a bunch of years named Wynn Handman. Seemed like a really nice guy, seemed like a really nice and very useful acting teacher. But it's the documentary is more than 2 hours long. There's no reason for that. Yeah, I'm telling you, Edwin Booth wouldn't get a 2-hour documentary. And then this guy's like, and he repeats everything. And he's old, so he talks very slowly. And it's like, when I was in, it wasn't the Marine Corps. What was he in? He was in the,
He couldn't qualify.
He wasn't in the Navy SEALs. What's that? The Coast Guard. And I was in the Coast Guard. I learned to find balance and then swim. You find balance and then you swim. Or you swim and then you find balance. But you find balance and then you swim. I don't mean to make fun, and I saw lots of excellent shows at the American Place Theater. I think they're taken over by the Roundabout at this point. But it's sort of like I wanted to, and I'm still interested in this documentary because it's in my wheelhouse. But Joyce is watching this, and she's just dying, and she likes old people. This is her career. She's a gerontologist.
It's bad editing.
Yeah, it's real. It's slow.
I hate bad editing.
If you were to go to a theater and watch anything this slow, you'd be like, okay, even if this is Robert Wilson.
He needs to edit.
Yeah. It needs like the 78-minute version. Well, no, they let him narrate, which is kind of like, which is amazing since he's been dead for a few months. But I'm just saying. I mean, as I said, there are cameos by Alec Baldwin and Joel Grey and all these people who he taught and who respect him.
What's his name?
Michael Douglas, yeah. And they were saying he was this great ballast between Sandy Meisner, who was this very great but feared acting teacher who was like mind control and scary and break you down and crying. And when Hammond would be like, let's explore this together. When you're ready, we'll go deeper. For now, They were both Jewish, but they're both polar opposite Jewish kind of thing. So I'll probably watch the end of this documentary. How did I get into that? Why did I bring that up? About Wynn Handman. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, because they're showing his memorabilia. on his desk and the photographs and the people with whom he's acted, Richard Gere. And then there's a photograph of Wynn Hanman on the Joe Franklin show from, had to be 1960s or 70s, man, because they're both young. Well, Joe Franklin was never young, but it was just black and white, and Franklin still had what seemed to be his real own hair. And I imagine only New Yorkers would know who was in that picture next to Wynn Hanman. It's like, it's Joe Franklin. Anyway, who are the names on that list? We can actually give them a shout out. Abby, Anne, I see. We've got Kevin, Bo. We have a Bo?
Yeah.
Jeff, James, Mark, William, Genevieve something, another David with eye shy.
No, he says hi.
Oh, well, he's eye shy. He's hiding one of his eyes. And Ratanya, well. I wonder if she's an alderman.
Another one.
Another one. Yeah, here we go.
Jimmy,
welcome to Jimmy. And all the friends
or that I'm sorry if I. And Freddie.
And Freddie, all the friends. I keep saying friends of the Daverhood, the Davidians.
Oh my God, and Amos.
And Amos.
And that's okay. So then this is the new. Oh my God, and Miranda.
Miranda? Yeah, but Amos is famous.
Miranda.
Or well, he's a cute cookie. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
No,
then I'll make the next.
Oh boy, there's more people. People, come on in. And the word, by the way, when we do our Dave's Big Dick dictionary, the word is going to be geology, which when I hold the book all the way over here, I can read is a noun. And it has 3 definitions back in like 1964 when this dictionary came out. The science dealing with the surface of the earth, the division into continents and countries, and the climate, plants, animals, natural resources, people, and industries of those various divisions. They didn't mention rocks, which is...
Somebody said too early for them.
Wait, too early for geology or too early for...
So.
Or Joe Franklin. It's never too early for Joe Franklin. And then also the structure of the Earth's crust in a given region or place. I didn't realize that. Geology isn't just looking at rocks, it's figuring out what makes up the Earth, the planet. And then I had, yes, of course. I didn't think of that. Wait, no, I was looking at the wrong thing. That's why. It is, where are we? Where are we? A book about geology. I guess that's like a college student or a high school student thing. It's like open, because geography, that sort of works. Where they're carrying around, oh, do you have your geography? Yeah, it's in my bag. But have you ever heard anybody refer to like their geology textbook as really geology? I guess. All right. I guess if your professor was kind of crusty. Yes. And you know, if you study the crust and the insides of the earth, you know how you graduate? Magma cum laude. Oh, the comedy, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. On Dave's Gone By. So, honey, how was I know you were busy with the watch party and inviting people and letting me know who's tuning in, which is fantastic.
People like the same name, a Will and a William.
We have, wow, well, when there's a Will, there's a way to get other Williams. Sorry.
See, and then it takes away where I can invite people.
Yeah, I don't understand why Facebook is doing what it's doing.
I don't know.
So how was your week, babe?
It was good.
And why was it good?
Because I survived and didn't get COVID.
That's true. As far as we know, both of us could have it. We never been checked.
No, I don't, because my blood work would have showed it.
Oh, that's right. Joyce is, so wait, would they discover it even if they don't run the COVID-19 test?
I'm sure I would have had some, like I would have had white blood cells or some bodily reaction to my body would have been like, oh, hell no.
Huh.
You know.
So Joyce does not have COVID-19. I probably don't, because if I got it, I would have given it to her, because, you know, we do certain things where fluids are exchanged. But, thank you. So hey, that I guess kind of means I don't, and that I didn't spread it to like my 78-year-old mom and my 83-year-old dad. This is good. This is you know, This is reason for a toast. Ladies and gentlemen,
David, what you spread is joy.
that's right. I spread the joy. I'm here. I'm holding this up. I have a new job and a new boss that I've been working for 3
My
weeks.
goodness, people
And
are
we had a
joining
tough
like
week.
crazy.
We had a very difficult week because we work in a school system, and the school system that amazingly enough decided to open in a hybrid but real way with some teachers teaching
Wow.
in person in classes with children, some teachers teaching in
They have
empty
to teach
classes,
children.
well, with no children.
Yeah, but
So-
they have to teach children.
Oh yeah, well yeah, as opposed to they're not out there teaching owls, they're teaching kids. But sometimes they're kids in the classroom. Sometimes it's an empty classroom with the teacher in it. Sometimes the teacher's home. Sometimes the kids in the classroom with no teacher. They gotta fix that. But it's like higgledy-piggledy, A days, B days, and unfortunately, I'm in a department that has to start dealing with reporting all that to New York State. It's freaking nuts. And of course, I know nothing about this. I was just hired. They're trying to have me do something while I'm being trained before I've been trained, and it's just like what? And in the midst of all this, my poor boss has to do everything, and she's trying to make these videos for parents to become comfortable with the way their kids are remote learning. So these parents have to go on the website. They've got to figure out all these apps.
They should have it's a platform. So they should have if I was in charge, right, is my way.
Yeah.
I would make the parents go for a week and all the the parents learn.
You can't make them go for a week because they would have to do distance anyway.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah,
They should do distance.
Yeah, and none of this could be done like a month ago because we had no idea what the hell would be happening a month ago. Right? First of all, I wasn't even there, and second of all, a month ago we didn't know if everything would be remote, if there would be everybody in school distance. That was unlikely, or just this ridiculous hybrid that they're trying to institute for a couple of weeks before they reassess. And then, thank you, Governor Cuomo, if it works, then they have to change everything and allow more kids back. It's madness, right? And we're trying to deal with this. And in the midst of this, the boss is also trying to make videos for parents so that they're comfortable, as Joyce said, getting to the platform that their kids are using. So the kids have a math app and a language app and this and that, and for all these different grades, but the kids are all using from like K to 5th grade. They're on iPads. On 6th grade, they suddenly get Chromebooks. It's just crazy. So she's doing this, and what happens in the midst of this, and we're all, it's after hours, it's 6 o'clock at night, we should be home, but we're helping out, and, well, we are home, but helping out from home. She's doing this, and she's a wonderful lady, but public speaking scares her. I don't know why. She's really lovely. She's good at it. She's very calm, which I know nothing about. And she's been teaching for many, many years. And yet having to go live and teach in front of parents freaked her out a little bit. So she wanted to pre-record stuff and then lay it in while she's doing these Google Meet videos. And she's doing great. It's fine. Most of it is pre-recorded. And then we have a network internet outage in the midst of things. And this is when we have to alert parents and the district superintendent. And I just get a note that my internet's now unstable. Go figure. So, and then we have to say, oops, sorry, were you trying to watch? yeah, we had technical difficulties, and we'll alert the technical department. Meanwhile, we are the technical department. I was like, oh my God. So we all just felt so bad for her and nervous coming in because, when you've got these parents who are trying to figure their stuff out too, they're all working and dealing with how they're dealing with kids and being parents in this crazy time. And then they're tuning in, trying to get some help. And then in the middle, when they're waiting to learn something, they're cut off. So they're going to be angry. They're going to complain to the principals and the superintendents, right? And so our boss, the next day, we just want to be like real nice to her and hope she's real nice to us. And what does she do? She brings in this for all of us in the department, especially for the people who've been working there all summer, dealing with this madness. I just got there. I don't even deserve this. I deserve maybe like a a small bottle of Boone's Farm.
Ripple.
Ripple.
Oh, you prefer Manischewitz.
Not even the regular Manischewitz. I deserve
You
like
deserve like the bargain bin expired Manischewitz.
diluted pomegranate
You
Manischewitz,
gotta
right?
read these names because I gotta turn the
Oh.
paper.
Oh, wait, we have so many more people tuning in. So I thank my boss for being, just a sweetie, and for dealing with this with such grace.
Below the lip.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And she asked me, I'm always terrible at this kind of thing because on spur of the moment, I'm going to answer honestly before I have time to think of something to be. So when she brings this in and she gives me, she says, you're going to drink? And I'm like, the first thing that occurred to me is I'm not a drinker and I certainly don't drink red wine. I'll have a white wine at a party and maybe a champagne or something. I'm not a drinker. But I kind of want to be truthful, but I sure said, oh yeah, this looks delicious. Oh, a Malbec. Mm-hmm. I'm like, no, but I will use this in cooking. I'll make a lamb. Definitely, if I make a chicken, this will really come in handy. And thank you. But I could see the flicker of disappointment in her. Like she wanted to get something that we would enjoy and use.
David, she doesn't know you. You could be an alcoholic. You can't give like you.
Well, come
You
on.
make these because there's too many.
But I also felt bad, like if the superintendent of schools walks in to what had been an elementary and kindergarten school class and building, and everybody on their desk has a big bottle of wine.
David, most teachers probably drink. I
Oh,
don't.
yeah. I mean, that just was like, okay. I remember this too, when I was doing a fellowship at the University of Southern California, and the National Endowments for the Arts had a fellowship, and a critic that the leader of our mentor, this important music and theater critic that she knew from California, that everybody knows, he used to write for Newsday and stuff. He was teaching there and he got tenure. And I remember we were in the lunchroom and hanging out and eating, and he came by and she said, oh, congratulations, and she brings out a bottle of wine in the middle of a college lunchroom, which I just felt, oh, this is not going to be good for anybody, because you can't really have alcohol on a campus, no matter how old you are. It's not about you are not serving it to 19-year-olds. It's just you don't do it. But there's something about teachers and wine, something about alcohol and having to deal with young people, whether they're college age or tiny little. Somehow, anybody who's in any kind of educational system is grabbing one of these a night. So. All right, well, we have a name call. We have a roll call
You
here.
gotta get these out because it's so many.
Yeah, here we go.
Everything under the line.
Everything on the line, which includes George, Herrick, Garrett.
And Sandy.
Oh, Sandy.
New. She's new.
Well, welcome, Sandy, and John and Tim.
Harold.
John, Harold,
Yeah.
Jonathan and Adam and Penny, or Donna, excuse me. Donna, Jerry, Tommy, Alan, Karen, another John, Per. There's a Per?
There's a Per, a Wes, and a Tom or something. They were.
Per, Jeff, and Wes. Well, I'll tell you one thing about Per. He's a cool cat. And Jeff and Wes. I wonder if it's the Wes from that the baking show. That Nicole Byers is in love with.
Harold too, right?
Oh, and Harold. I said Harold. Yes.
Sandy.
Harold, don't
That's
draw
some-
on the
that's
screen
some-
with a crayon.
We
What?
got some library people coming in too.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, welcome everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome. Yeah, well, I never got one of these working at the library. No, although my boss there, she was very cool. She would put out candy, which I much prefer, like chocolate and candy. Ply me with that rather than the alcohol. And she would always bring in like Hershey Kisses and well, Hershey Kisses basically. And it was always this pick me up when we were doing this rote, boring work, and we just go there and snag one. And so, that's going to get me through the next 45 minutes, or in my case, the next 12 minutes. I was like, well, maybe I'll snag another one of these. So I've had some pretty good bosses, I have to say. Anyway, I also have to say, oh my gosh, it's 25 to 10, and I haven't even told you all the big thing that's happening on this show. Oh, yes, I know, the Limerick. We know, Greeley Crimes and Old Times, and Inside Broadway, Dave's Big Dick Shenary, with the word geology coming up. And we have our yesterday trivia quiz. We've been doing this for a while, but this one's going to be off the charts, ladies and gentlemen. It's a trivia quiz. I ask questions, You guys answer them. Woohoo. But today, we're going to have the ultimatch. I love that word. That's a great word. Ultimatch. Where we're going to have 4 different groups, or yes, 4 different groups, trying to answer questions, pitted against each other. And this is it's a good date for it because I like my dates pitted. Yeah, that joke was a little fruity. I know. I'll ring the bell. Remember we used to have the comedy bell? I miss the comedy bell. But check out. So Leslie Hoban Blake will be back with us. She's wonderful. She is a theater critic I've known, my God, for 30-something years. Oh, yeah, and she's a hottie too. She has been playing the game with...
She has a vast collection of bears, which does trouble me.
Why would it trouble you?
Animals and dolls sometimes freak me. Even potatoes sometimes scare me.
No, Mommy, no! How do we freak you? No.
By doing it.
Yeah. You can see what my wife is married to for all these years.
I need some stronger medication. I gotta get some better meds.
Now, here's the deal. Leslie, a couple of weeks ago, took on Jeffrey
David, the more you
Kirsch.
gesture, the more you freeze. I'm
yeah.
just telling you.
Yeah. She took on Jeffrey and Cynthia Kirsch, my cousins, in the Today Yesterday quiz and beat them. It was shocking. It was almost horrifying because usually the Kirsches who would play not on camera, but they would just type in the answers and stuff, and everybody watching at home would be kind of playing against them, trying to get the answer before the Kirsches would play. Or I should say, the wife is Cynthia Shub Kirsch. His name is Jeffrey Kirsch. So Leslie Hoban Blake took them on and won. And then we were going to have a rematch a week ago.
Okay, you're freezing more and more, David.
Well, I'm trying not to move my hands. We're going to have a rematch between them, and Leslie kind of logged on late and a little technical stuff, so we didn't have an authentic, real rematch. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is big. This is enormous, my friends. This is going to be bigger than any Labor Day parade. Not only will we have the rematch between Leslie Hoban Blake and the Shub Kirsches, but the Shubs are fortifying themselves. They know that they have a formidable adversary in Leslie Hoban Blake. So they're bringing in not 1, but 2 Shub sisters, the Shubettes.
The Trinity.
My friend, yes!
The Trinity, the trifecta.
The unholy Trinity, or as I like to call them, the twisted sisters of the Shubs. So Cynthia, she has 2, thank God.
The Schwisters.
The Schwisters. The
Shub sisters.
Right. And maybe they drink Kirsch. Isn't Kirsch like cherry liqueur or something like that?
You're thinking of Kursk.
Oh, maybe.
Place.
Liqueur, I hardly know her. Anywho, thank you. So Lauren Shub is Cynthia Shub's sister. She will be tuning in from she'll also be on her own window trying to answer questions. Then we're going to have Stacey Shub, the other sister. Now what's kind of cool is Lauren Shub. We can talk to her a little bit, I hope, because she's an actress and a singer. She was on Broadway back in...
She's a jazz singer.
Right, I'm sorry, you're right, a jazz singer. But she was on Broadway as like a kid in a play called The Utter Glory of Morrissey Hall, right? And then there's sister Stacey Shub. So it will be the Shub trio. Not only that, but the 2 Shub sisters are apparently married, or at the very least partnered, and their partners will be joining them.
Oh boy.
So we're gonna have some serious teamwork here. It'll be Lauren Shub and her partner, Robert Idis, and Stacey Shub and her husband/partner, Shyaporn Theerakulstit. Yeah, don't make me. He calls himself Shy, as all Thai people do to make Americans comfortable saying their names. So it'll be Shub and Idis, Shub and Theerakulstit versus Shub Kirsch versus Leslie Hoban Blake. Huh?
I think Leslie can hold her own. She's a tough cookie.
She can hold her own what?
No, Leslie can. I think Leslie will be fine.
Oh, I think she'll be fine too. But oh my goodness! I mean, are you alerting the media? Are you calling the fire department to bring out the hoses just in case this all gets too hot to handle? I'm spelling. I'm excited about our yesterday quiz, which will take place. What we'll do is about an.
Where's Tony's piano?
Oh yeah, where's Tony? Well, he might be working. You know.
Mr. Tony was so supportive in your show.
And Mark, right? My cousin Mark, and then we have Stan. We're waiting. And Warhol. Where's Warhol?
I don't know.
Oh man, we need our people.
He might have been lost in translation when I couldn't check it.
Yeah. Oh. Well.
There's that interval where I can't check.
Well, by the way, feel free to say hi and feel free to chime in. And when we play our
Somebody
tribute,
said it's just too early for the quiz. They
Yeah.
can't handle it. Got to be there.
yeah, that's the thing. Most of these cousins, two of them, are out in California, and I was asking Cynthia. It's like, okay, so we'll do the quiz at like 10 o'clock, and she's like, no, they won't be up. And we're lucky if they get up at 9. And I wanted to tell her, I'm doing a long-running radio show podcast.
Some people are larks, like I go to bed early, get up early,
Yeah.
and the other version of it is a night owl. So you're dealing with a lot of night owls.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't care in the sense that if the Today Show called and said, Dave, we want you on the 5:30 in the morning with Hoga Kotb. I'd be like, okay, I'll be there at 4:15.
But that's not how people are, man.
That's how I am. That's how you want me on the media. You want me on the Joe Franklin show. I'm there 2 in the morning. You want me on this college radio station because I'm there. My God, I'm there. You want me in the doctor's office getting a flu shot? Not there.
Okay, David, I'll put it
Not going.
on for 1 second.
Any new names to announce before you? New names.
When you're done, just draw a line under it. Those are the new ones on that.
Here we go. So we also want to say hi to Jerry and Ken and Bob. Well, she had a check change there. Ken and Bob and Mark and George and all the folks who are now official Davidians in the Days Gone By Daverhood on this Saturday, September 5th, 2020, the Twisted Sisters edition of Dave's Gone By, which, by the way, like so many Dave's Gone Bys, is brought to you by the fine folks at Hewlett Minuteman Press, the copy kings of Broadway in Hewlett, Long Island. So they have been running this franchise since the mid-1970s, the Torong family. Really fine folks. Miles and Carlene were the mom and dad. Carlene's still there. She's still helping run the place, although their sons, David and the other one, Mike and David, they really run Hewlett Minuteman Press, and they've been going through tough times, like so many businesses. I mean, they had to furlough people there just to keep going during the pandemic, even though they were at least lucky enough to be considered an essential service. They were, because they're a UPS drop-off and mailing slot, and they help get the mail out among all the other things that they do. The shipping service was very important. So the government said, okay, yeah, you guys can stay open. But they had shortened hours and limited customer interaction, of course. Now they're finally getting back into the swing of things. They need your business. They want your business. And I want you to give them your business. And that's why you get 10% off any job, big or small, if you give them a call, 516-569-5577, area code 516-569-5577, Hewlett Minuteman Press, because it's, okay, yeah, they'll do copies, sure. And they will do black and white or color copies or copies on legal paper or special paper, printing and binding. They're also known for, if I wanted a logo or a tag or a special design on a uniform or a shirt or sporting good item, or pens and pencils or calendars, anything that gets word out about your business, Hewlett Minuteman Press can help. You need business cards, they can do that. You want wedding invitations to send out, they do that too. They are the copy kings of Broadway, Hewlett Minuteman Press. More people.
Yeah, I'm keeping a new list. You just tell me when you need it.
Yeah, fantastic. So we wanted to talk about that. Well, was Facebook still freezing and doing bad things?
No, it wasn't. It wouldn't let me load something. I found out how to do it.
Excellent. All right. Well, one thing I do want to also talk about before we get to Greeley Crimes and Old Times and Inside Broadway and the stuff of this episode, Joyce was kind enough to forward me a news story from this past week And I was thinking of just adding it to the Greeley crimes at all times, but this is too huge. This is too magnificent. This is too big of something that they have figured out. That is brilliant and magnificent. So if you're testing people for the virus, for coronavirus, right? And you have to go individually, may either get them to test their temperature, go to the doctor, do the spittle thing, whatever, or go up to them and take their temperature and hope that there's an indicator there, or if they have shortness of breath, they're going to stay home. How do you tell without that kind of testing? Okay, you've got somebody who might spread something. Because even if you get tested, you might get it the next day. You know? I was wondering about people who either work in pornography or they're just out there on Saturday night. Well, no, or they're out there without protection
or
on the
also,
weekends.
DDT was saying there's a game show like The Bachelor where The Bachelor and all these girls are like together and they do like a bunch of stuff, like sexy stuff.
Yeah.
They're all together. That's high risk.
I mean, exactly. And the thing is, you could have something, or you could be clean and test negative
Yeah.
today.
It's like HIV.
Right, and then do something naughty tomorrow. And then on Thursday, the test that you took on Sunday is useless, right? So what they're trying to figure out, and the thing is, with coronavirus, you can be fine. Next day, you're a little shortness of breath. Day after that, you're almost dying, right? But you've had it for those 3 days when you felt nothing, when you're completely asymptomatic. And therefore, if you weren't careful, or if you weren't careful enough, you were possibly spreading it. What do you do about that? So these brilliant...
They must sign liability, don't you think? Like the liability?
Yeah, but it's not just about the liability of the institution. It's about trying to keep people from getting sick. Liability is one thing. And the liability is a joke. Liability, whether I was working in the place I was or working in the place I am now, you're filling out a form. You know, in the place I used to work, and so they literally made you take your temperature.
The college students do it too.
Well, here I'm supposed to. It's like, do you have a fever? No. Well, fill out this form, and New York State won't give us a problem. Fine, right? It's nonsense. It's all legal mumbo jumbo. Nothing to do with health and with actual stopping the spread and so forth. It's just protecting the institution's ass and New York State's ass. Fine, right? But what if you could actually do something that helped? Do something where you figured out if someone was sick earlier, or someone was a potential spreader of the virus earlier, and could find out and then isolate and deal. So this university, what do you think they did? Magnificent. No, they can hold like a big old party and then test everyone. Even better. And I really compliment the student or the professor who thought of this, and my hat goes off to them, because the implementation of this and the ongoing implementation of this cannot be fun. Do you remember what university it was? It wasn't Texas.
It was someone in Arizona, right?
Yes, it was the University of Arizona. Bless their hearts.
Well, bless their farts.
Literally, they said, hey, we got nothing to do on the weekends. Let's dip into the university's sewage system in the dorms, and let's look at the poop. Let's look at the raw sewage coming through like this building or this particular pipe of this building. Let's take that, that dung and all the stuff, test it. And then if there's corona in that sludge, in that pipe, we know that somewhere in that building or this group of rooms or this floor, there's people who are, who have the coronavirus, who will test positive for this. So let's isolate that. Let's isolate that floor. Let's quarantine that dorm. Let's figure out who's got it. And what's happening is you're going to find people who have, and don't even know it, weren't tested and are feeling just absolutely fine, but then they can, of course, spread it to someone who won't be fine if they get it. So here's this idea of catching it earlier by testing the poop. And you know how I love to talk. Look who's joining us.
Who?
Hi. So Pooey, have you been tested?
We got people joining here too.
I do the sniff test. Yeah, try me. Okay. Oh, God, yeah. But
Uh-oh.
what?
Andrew said it's a slippery slope.
So Pooey, you don't have Corona, right? No Corona. I drink Malbec. So, what do you think of this idea of them scooping out bits of college sewage, testing it, and then deciding, hey, who's got Corona? And the testicles. Because they're scooping and no, I smell your testicles. You need a bath. Oh, Pooey. He's just terrible. But how is it, aside from physically slippery slope when you're letting this stuff run through your fingers, why is it slippery? I mean, well, I wonder if you do have a privacy issue there. Let's say you start testing the sludge for coronavirus, but while you're at it, you're testing for HIV. And would that come out in poo?
No.
Or even like gonorrhea and herp and
Those are good ethical questions. It's very deep.
I'm not ethical at all. I'm just curious, But anyway, bravo to the University of Arizona analyzing sewage for COVID. I wonder though how much extra credit, how many literal brownie points the students are getting for having said, okay, I just sat through 3 hours of biology, 2 hours of geology, English, history. I've got to babysit kids tonight.
Because what happens if somebody like a maintenance worker or somebody visiting the dorm poops in the dorm but doesn't live there?
Well, there's that too. That's contact tracing. Now they've got to figure out.
But they're tracing the feces. What happens if people who don't live in the dorm poop in the dorm and go somewhere else?
Well, what I'm saying
and
is.
then they think it's people in the dorm, but it's other people too.
Well, no harm in testing the people in the dorm and then asking around, hey, were there any strangers here? There are probably cameras in the hallways so they can know.
David, this is not like one of our English mystery shows. We don't have like cameras in the hallways dorms.
What makes you think not?
I would think so.
I would think at this point you probably, except in the dorm rooms.
Or the bathrooms.
Well, the bathrooms would not.
Yeah.
Although, the girls' showers, I would certainly do up a fund to get cameras in there. But no, it's kind of like, I assume the main floor in this day and age, in terms of anything that could happen in any university-owned building, one imagines there's closed circuit TV and that there's some kind of camera going on in elevators in everywhere. I don't know. I'm just assuming, maybe I'm 1984ing it a little bit. But this is the thing, and I still don't understand. My wife is mentioning that she got her blood tested about a week or two ago. She's brave about these things. I'm terrible. I'm needle phobic. Why is it, ladies and gentlemen, that we can put a man on the moon? And why can we put a man on the moon, but we can't put a doctor in Uranus to check? And instead of having to test blood and give blood and the pain and the thing and the tourniquet and finding the vein and why can't they test my poop for everything?
David, the government doesn't like what you say or do. They say you have COVID and you're quarantined. And then he says 1984.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a conspiracy theory.
That's an interesting thing, although at least these days, even if you're quarantined, you still have, you don't have the right to assemble, which is unfortunate, but you can assemble online still, unless the government somehow tampers with your internet feed and your Facebook and stuff. It's a good question. It's a good point. But why is it? And I've said this, test my pee. I will gladly, daily, if a doctor wants to see, okay, I want to see if you have Tay-Sachs, I want to see if you've got sickle cell anemia, if you have cancer, if you got anything, give me a bucket of pee. I'm like, here you go. All you want. Oh, you want me to poop too? I cannot necessarily do that on cue, but give me 8 to 12 hours. I'll have something for you, I promise, right? Why do they have to go into the body still and take the blood and the draw and the this and the that, and it's expensive? Just take a microscope slide smear it along my ass, after I've gone to the bathroom. And you should have everything you need to tell everything about, okay, it's kind of disgusting. I mean, no question. It's better for me than it is for the nurse technician. This I will grant you. But why not? That will be the next big breakthrough in medicine, because they're never going to cure cancer. There's too much money in trying to cure it. But if they can figure out a way.
Test it against your will if you have marijuana in your pee.
Well, imagine that. Do you have marijuana in your poop? So if you're in a college dorm and they test the sewage and they find strains of sinsemilla or seeds or whatever in there, did they now come in and bring the cops? It's true. There are issues, I guess, in terms of privacy. What was that?
But it's a pandemic.
Yeah, well, so what? All rights get shut down because it's a pandemic? People don't have any sort of freedoms of... That's what all the BLM protesters were saying. Oh, you don't want us to protest because there's a pandemic? I was like, no, we're coming out and we're all going to give each other a disease.
People use pandemic or any other natural thing to just open up the,
Oh, yeah. Well, the fear.
Yeah.
Fear is the most magnificent motivator of any government. What do you think the conventions were this year, which I did not watch, but between the Democrats and the Republicans? Both were playing on fear, especially the Republicans. Republicans were like, no, it's not about the pandemic, and as much as we'd love to trumpet the economy, we know right now our 3.5% unemployment just jumped to 10. However, if you bring the Democrats in, every city in America is going to look like Seattle and Portland on those 5 difficult blocks. Like, all the rest of the cities are just fine, right? And New York is going batshit because everybody's getting shot every other day. You want America to look like that. It's Nixon. It's like law and order. The Democratic governors and mayors of these cities are not controlling the cities. They're not safe. There's homeless everywhere. There's scary, crazy, homeless, mentally ill people. And now there's violence. And now there's riots, and they're not being controlled. Keep Donald Trump in power, even though we didn't have these riots and these out of control things when Obama was in office. Keep our man there, and we will restore 1950s law and order, which is what Trump has always been about, to America.
your blood pressure.
And no, and then I'll get my.
Do you have your toothbrush?
I do. So the fear, right? The preying upon fear, especially of the 50+ crowd, of like, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to walk down my usual street to the grocery because there's going to be people of a different color who are smashing and taking TV sets.
It's the reverse, where they have on the Upper West Side, they put homeless people in hotels and all the rich people are moving out.
Well, yeah, and Trump is like, who represents the rich people for sure, is going to say, don't, look what's happening in New York. You're losing your greatest tax base. The people, they're taxing at 40% because they're afraid they're living next to homeless, crazy people in a beautiful hotel, possibly the former Trump casino. So there's that. And then Democrats are saying, no, if we have 4 more years of Trump, be afraid it's the end of the world. Be afraid if you're Hispanic, they're going to send your whole family back over the wall to Mexico. Be afraid because even though the stock market is going to go back to, and almost is already back to, record highs, that's 1% of the population who's really benefiting from that. And everybody else is either unemployed or trying to get unemployment benefits or getting jobs that aren't really well paying and so forth, and be afraid of what Trump will do if he gets a mandate for another 4 years. Not that Trump dates men, we know he dates women who look like transvestites, but that's the deal. It's just fear, back and forth. Fear of what will happen. Fear. The Democrats take over this, it will look like a third world country, war zone thing. Fear. Republicans stay in power. Women will lose the right to their uteruses because, and it's probably true, because Trump will appoint at least 2 more Supreme Court justices. And he'll make sure this time that he votes ones in that are really right-wing, rather than getting fooled by Gorsuch and even Kavanaugh, who what's that line? Once you have the best friend of the world until he or she is appointed to the Supreme Court. And then it's like, then they're like, the law is the law.
What the expression is, absolute power
Yeah,
corrupts absolute.
right.
So people make all sorts of promises and they get power, they go mad.
Well, in this case, the opposite. In this case, it's sort of like you get to the Supreme Court and it's like whoever appointed you, whatever it
Yeah,
is,
there's a whole-
my
there's a
law
whole
is.
discussion about
Yeah.
being overly restricted by COVID
Oh,
and that
tell me.
they want to vote blue, regardless of the fear.
No, I vote blue. All right. Yeah. I mean, I will probably vote. I may not vote. I don't know.
There won't be a vote because it will be hijacked by Russia.
Russia or Chinese now. I can never tell. As of that, Trump says in order to make sure that one vote counts, you have to vote twice. That's wonderful, isn't it? Of course, he realizes that if Republicans can vote twice, so can Democrats. They can go by mail and do a second vote also. I don't even. It's a marvelous time, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of time, it is a little after 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern time here on this Saturday, September 5th, 2020. You're watching the 762nd episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio Podcastio Programmio of the Stream. We're calling it Twisted Sisters because, oh my God, we have the Shubettes. We have the Shub on the other foot, ladies and gentlemen, because not only do we have Cynthia Shub Kirsch, oh boy, in the Daverhood playing our today-yesterday trivia game, we have her sister, Lauren Shub, and her husband, Robert Ibis, and we have their mutual sister, Stacey Shub, and her husband, Shyaporn Theerakulstit. And whoever Theerakulstit, you know how hard that can be. They will be playing along against Leslie Hoban Blake in our weekly Today, Yesterday trivia quiz. And remember, folks, you'll also play against them. We're not going to do that whole delay thing. So you kind of just have to watch the show and jump in yourselves and see if you can beat all of these folks to the answers here on Dave's Gone By. And the quiz works like this. It's just, since today is September 5th, all the questions will have to do with things that happened in history on this date. So get out your geology textbook and start studying history now. So you can answer our quiz questions along with our contestants, our candidates in our Today, Yesterday quiz. We'll also have our Colorado Limerick of Damned, where we will be going to Mack, Colorado. I am the Mack Daddy today for our Colorado Limerick. We'll also go inside Broadway and have Dave's Big Dictionary, where the word of the day is geology. Geology is our word. And that's a simple thing where Joyce literally chose a word at random from the dictionary, and I'm going to talk about something related to that word for 5 or 10 minutes. Anyway, that's coming up a bit later in the program. So, hon, is there anything else we have to mention before we get to some of the actual things we're going to do in this program?
Sorry, Christine, it's new.
Welcome to Christine and Bradley and Tim and Ted. It's Tim and Ted's Excellent Adventure. And Perry and Seth and Ken and Andrew and Elizabeth. And we'll go backward. We'll mention a bunch. Jerry and Ken and Bob and Mark and George. And Abby and Ann and Kevin and Bob. Or no, that was Bo and Bo.
Oh.
Jeff and James and Mark and William and Genevieve and David and Ratanya and Simi and Fred. And not he's not a monkey. It's not Simi and Fred. It's Simi and Fred and Miririnda and Amos and Will and William and George and Eric and Tom and Jim and Sandy and Harold and Jonathan, Adam, Donna, Tommy, Jerry, Alan, Karen, John, Per, Jeff and Wes and Garrett. Holy cow. Welcome, all you Davidians, to Dave's Gone By this morning. So I think, what better way, what better introduction can we have to get ourselves into the first major segment of this episode of Dave's Gone By, where we talk about a little town, actually kind of a big town, that Joyce and I were living in for a bunch of years, not that long ago, a little place called Greeley, Colorado, which has crimes and old times. La 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 la. Really Crimes and Old Times, ladies and gentlemen. We do it every week. It's fun for me. I hope it's fun for you. And the great thing is I don't have to do any work because all the work is done by two writers at this newspaper, the Greeley Tribune, which has been around for, well, gosh, well over 100 years in various guises. In fact, one of the things is this was around 100 years ago. And there's a writer at the Trib, our friend Mike Peters, who goes through the papers back then, the archives, probably on microfiche or something, and which is a tiny, tiny little fish, probably on microfiche, and looks through and sees the cutest, funniest, weirdest stories that were posted back in the papers 10 decades ago. Also, there's another writer there, Trevor Reed, who is going through the current logs being taken by cops. Those are being gone through by the University of Arizona to see if there's COVID in them. But the written logs of phone calls that come into the police department from people who are witnessing something a little weird and scary in Greeley, Colorado, and want the police to look into it. What?
It sounds like romper room. What are you referring to?
I don't think Romper Room used Tom Waits' Midtown music. Miss Claire, da 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 da, jump around the room, kids, da 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 da. You know, she starts playing like Tom Waits ballads for the children. They don't know what to do with themselves. I'm in love with a Jersey girl. Come on, children. What? W-A-T-I-S, like waiting. W-A-I-T-S. Valentine's. Come on, children, play. Valentine's. Not gonna happen. All right. Anyway, time for Greeley Crimes and Old Times. About a fish and bird. All right, here we go. A man accused. This is the headline. This was an actual headline of a story that wasn't even in cop log. It was in the actual paper. Man accused of biting EMT, headbutting Greeley hospital security. This is a guy who's got some problems.
Dr. David joined. Maybe we can have him diagnosed.
Oh, David from my high school. Welcome.
I think you're an ambulance. Since the call.
No, and the wonderful thing, and this dovetails perfectly with what we were talking about before, is that Dr. David, the first thing he was telling us about when he was interning and learning his craft was he had to go in and do disimpactions. You know what those are? Well, a disimpaction is, is when you have to go up somebody's ass and find what's in there and remove it, or at least wiggle it around and hope that they remove it. So, you know, people come in there on a Sunday morning after having a interesting weekend, and you would find.
Oh, Richard Gere was on that special too.
Yeah, there you go. Exact gerbils, light bulbs, as they say in the musical falsettos. And he would have to do that. I mean, people thought, oh, that's homophobic if you talk about that. It's making fun of gay people. No, it's making fun of anybody who thinks they can put something in their keister and try it more and more, and then don't want to rupture themselves getting it out. So he would have to go in there as a young doctor, not a young doctor in love, and just go, you know, and out it pops. So I wonder, I guess, I don't know why I brought that up. But anyway, welcome to David from my high school, Dr. David, I should say. And yeah, lucky you weren't at this hospital where this man was trying to bite an EMT, or he did bite an EMT, and headbutted a hospital security guard. He had a court date scheduled. He's 25 years old. Police learned that Eric Leafgren bit the index and middle fingers of an EMT while receiving emergency medical care. So not only was he they were trying to help him, he drew blood and he caused the EMT a great deal of pain. Well, yeah. During the same incident, Leafgren grabbed the right arm of a security officer and headbutted her between the eyebrows. Please notice the pronoun. Headbutted her between the eye. Can you? I mean, when you hear the headline, when you think of it, it's like, okay, he headbutted some poor guy. He headbutted a woman, which is just, you know, even even during my wildest sexual activities. I try not to do that. Liebgren refused to answer police questions about the incident. About 11 hours later, police took him into custody on suspicion.
Why, David? Why
Yeah.
11 hours later?
I don't know if he had something in his system making him hostile, so he maybe had to calm down or something. He's got 2 counts of second-degree assault and a Class 4 felony.
I think
Pending.
he was all, that's not good.
But anywho, so folks, if somebody's trying to help you that way, if you're trying to, and you know me, if I'm in a dental chair in a doctor's office and they're giving me pain, I'll be singing, screaming, gripping something. I will try though. Then they always told me, whatever they're doing, if the dentist has a drill inside your mouth and it hurts, don't punch the dentist. Because it's going to go worse for you if the drill moves. You know, you clutch.
Somewhere it shouldn't go,
Yeah, you dig your nails into the dentist's arm. That drill's going to do worse than what it's doing right now to you. So kids, just a word to the wise. A caller on 50th Avenue. All right, this is almost an ew alert, ladies and gentlemen. The caller reported like a skunk. Hold on. I love skunks. They make me feel good about myself. Well, this is apparently, they called the police because a skunk was in the backyard eating a dead squirrel.
Oh my God, David.
I know.
I'm glad I didn't have one.
The good news is that if the skunk had bad gas from eating it, who could tell? You know? But there's a. Meanwhile, I guess they're having a thing there. A caller wanted to know if he could use pellet guns to control the skunk population. The caller was advised not to shoot at them and to call the Division of Wildlife and shoot them. But yeah, we didn't have, where we were living, we didn't have a skunk problem. We never smelled skunk. You went into like Pingree area and more towards the roads toward.
Skunks there. We had those little, what are they called? Like chipmunks.
Oh, yeah, prairie dogs. Oh, and you had, yeah, and what are they called? Pikas.
Pika.
Those were cute. Those little yeah. But anywho, do not shoot at the skunks. We have an advertisement, ladies and gentlemen. This is an old-time advertisement from 100 years ago. The joys of alliteration. Peas, pig, and prosperity. The San Luis Valley is the best hog country on earth. Raised on alfalfa and fattened on field peas, we can prove by seeing the hogs themselves. Will you be willing to go with us and see for yourself? It's like they bring everybody on a bus to watch the pigs eat peas or something like that. I don't know. I guess they have a policy of appeasement. I'm sorry. A caller, we're going to get to new times because that didn't work at all. A caller wanted to know, oh no, this is sweet. Remember how disgusting the skunk eating the squirrel was? This is the opposite. This is an awe alert, but there's also something ew in it. It's a combination awe, ew alert. We're going to find out. So an awe alert is when you hear a story that you want to go, aw. An ew alert is when you go, ugh. This is a combination. Police responded to a report of possible animal abuse on 23rd Avenue, where someone reported hearing a dog yelp. Turns out the dog was all right. The owner had removed a sticker burr from the dog's foot, causing the dog to yelp.
Those hurt, David.
Oh yeah, man. Oh, got those horrible.
Tires,
yeah, I couldn't ride a bike in Greeley, Colorado. I would ride a bike for 1.5 miles, and then I'd have to walk the bike back because those goddamn, what were they called? They were goat grass.
Yeah, goat weed.
The horny goat weed, that these burr things that would stick out.
And all the bike shops loved it. I think they planted it.
And what is, I think what happened was years ago, the people who make bike goo planted
Yes.
These miserable bushes and trees in Greeley, Colorado. And like, just wait a couple of years and we'll clean up. Because bite goo helps. It doesn't do everything, but it will take, it will keep you, or should, from getting an immediate flat if you roll over 20 of these goatweed burrs. But hated bicycling in Colorado, in Greeley. That was, I have to admit, true. But anyway, in Meade, Colorado, a wealthy rancher proposed to a woman on September 17th, 1919. And she took 5 months to decide whether she would marry him. He then told her she took so long to decide he didn't want to marry her anymore. Now, what do you think she did?
She married him?
No.
No.
Well, she considered that a broken promise, and she's suing him for $25,000.
Good.
What do you mean good? What do you mean good? There's no statute of limitations on will you marry me?
Maybe not.
What, 6 months later that offer is still open?
I guess you have to say this is a one-time offer.
That's right. You have the next 48 hours. I'm being nice here. I'm down on my knees, and my knees aren't so great at this point. So I'm on my knees. You're not 100% sure. Thanks a lot. That makes me feel real good. But okay, maybe there's some guy in your past. Maybe there's some issues you're resolving with your dad. Take 48 hours, think it over, get back to me, and we'll do it. But by that 49th hour, if you haven't gotten back to me, I kind of sense that it's not going to be this great love match. So, null and void. Null and void. I don't know. I'm hoping that the Tribune at some point printed how this resolved, or if this resolved. I'd be curious what they did. Hey, we were talking about diseases before. The Chicago Legionnaires traveling baseball team, well, they beat the Windsor team 9-1. Now,
Wait, David, you got good morning from the Shubs and good morning from Cousin Mark. I forgot to tell you.
Welcome, Cousin Mark. Hey, and of course, welcome Cynthia and Jeff. And we'll be getting some of your family, which I guess is also my family, because they're also my cousins. They're all my cousins. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. And as well as all the Davidians watching the show. So here's the deal. The Chicago Legionnaires, traveling baseball team, beat the Windsor team 9-1. One reason for the Windsor loss, apparently, was that a very attractive woman was playing first base for the Legionnaires. So the Windsor players rarely make it past first base because they wanted to stay and talk with her.
We have two to say.
Now, see, that's a big mistake. They should have put the attractive woman on second base because then everybody would have wanted to slide into her. One hand clapping, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I do. The men of the business club, the meeting was scheduled for Friday, passed a strange rule, probably because political candidates will be speaking and women might attend now that since 1893 they've had the right to vote. The men in the club said that no one would be admitted to the meeting unless what?
Unless they danced the lambada.
No.
Unless they had the head of
A head of lettuce? No.
what's the guy's name? I don't like. I forgot his name.
I don't know. No, that's not it. I'll give you a hint. Here's a hint.
Oh, they were smoking ganja.
They
Roll
made
a
it a
cigar.
rule that you had to smoke a cigar to be admitted into the meeting. Because women didn't smoke, weren't supposed to smoke cigars. That's why when you see these strong, like abolitionist women and pro-voting suffragette women in these shows, they're all smoking cigars. They don't want to really smoke cigars. They want to be in the boys' club, and that's how they're, it's a signal thing. That too. So, but this is nice. The candidates who are speaking changed the rules and said that they will allow women with chocolate candies to attend. Hey, chocolate candies, I'm going to that meeting. Heck, yeah.
You like your candy.
I do like
You
my
like
candy.
That's true.
Hey, you know where we were in Omaha, Nebraska,
Yes, you
a
were.
few years ago, but
During
in
the
Lincoln.
tornado in the
Yeah.
hotel basement. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It knocked off a couple of shingles off the roof while we were there.
Yeah. And we went to a diner. I was like, I need to have my egg whites. And we went to a diner, and the diner had no, like, the roof was off the front, and they still were cooking. Yeah.
Well, it's Nebraska.
They're hardcore.
If you're in Nebraska, you eat cow. This is what you do. Omaha steaks, right? Yeah. So, but this is not Omaha. This is Lincoln, Nebraska, because during our Greeley Crimes and Old Time segment, we like to take a little moment and move further afield for a weird story. So, ladies and gentlemen, this story comes from Lincoln, Nebraska. A Lincoln man spoke passionately at a recent city council meeting about.
Over here, you know what he said?
What do you say? Oh, no, you know who I need? Hold on. Oh, he's here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, all right. This went viral, as well it should. A Lincoln, Nebraska man spoke passionately at a recent city council meeting about the improper use of a term used in restaurants and bars across the world: boneless chicken wings.
Oh.
He must have a boner to her. This one hurt. Good Lord.
That's not good.
Did you see this video? It's fantastic. Andrew Christensen spoke during the public comments of the meeting, encouraging society to rebrand the popular food item. Said he, quote, Lincoln has the opportunity to be a social leader in this country. We have been casually ignoring a problem so out of control. Our children are casually throwing the words around without even understanding the meaning.
What were some of the other things he wanted to suggest?
Oh, we're getting there. Christensen begged the council to remove the term boneless chicken wings from our menus and from our hearts. And rather than just complain about the problem, he also offered solutions. Alternative names he suggested included buffalo-style chicken tenders and saucy nugs. That has gone viral too, as you can imagine. Saucy nugs. We've been living a lie far too long, Christensen said, and we know it because we feel it in our bones. So, but you know, I was never quite clear to what he was objecting. Is it that what's in a chicken nugget is not actually a chicken
I think he
wing?
was saying like boneless chicken wings is the breast of the chicken, so it's false advertising.
So it should call it saucy tits?
No, he was saying it should be like chicken nuggets, right? Because it's not really a wing.
Yeah, saucy
He
nug.
was saying like we're misguiding the youth by giving it incorrect.
Yeah, or if it's made by like Taco Bell, it's nugget of undetermined origin.
No, but didn't Taco Bell say no?
It's University of Arizona sewage nugget.
Oh, God.
What were they saying? What?
I
Dung nuggets. Saucy dung nuggets, ladies and gentlemen, which would probably be almost a more appropriate term for for what is usually called boneless chicken wings. I don't know. It's true. He's never quite clear as to why that term is objectionable.
No, he said because it's chicken breast, it's not a chicken wing. It's sort of misguiding the youth, telling them the wrong thing.
Well, boneless breast would be very, it's got alliteration. That would work.
It to be a nugget.
Yeah. No bone boobs. How's that? You know, boneless hooters.
I don't know. He has a whole issue.
Hooters without shooters.
I think he has a whole, what's his name?
His name is Andrew
Yeah.
Christensen. Like the Jesus with the ensign on the end. And I guess he was pulverized because he's ensign pulver. Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
He might be a
From this guy's obviously like a performance artist, theater kind of guy. Andrew Christensen, my new hero.
No, that's not
That's not him. No, you can tell. Yeah. Just go boneless. right? And of course, as my dad would
Oh, made
remember,
NPR.
it made everywhere. It was in the New York Times.
Do you want a picture of
It
him?
went viral. Yeah, you can tweet it to or Facebook the photo of Ander speaking at that city council meeting. There he is. He does kind of look a little. Oh, I'll show it to people.
Yeah.
I'll just,
You pick what you want.
here he is. You can see him. Yeah, not exactly your blue collar, button down, white collar executive type. Calling for the end of what we have been calling boneless wings. What do we call it? Like mutable mammary nuggets.
We could call it, disgusting meat product.
Nippleless nuggets. Because I hope they take the nipples out. Wait, do chickens have nipples? Oh, yeah, yeah, there he is, yeah. See, I know they don't have lips, they got the beaks, but do chickens have, how do baby chickens feed?
They regurgitate food in from the beak of the mother.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that regurgitation? Yeah.
So the regurg-free boneless breast nuggets. That would be, I would put that on the menu.
That's
I would have that.
too much to.
Regurgigudgets. Reguggets. Reguggets, I like that. I would eat them. Would you eat a regugget? No, you probably would not.
I mean, the sad part is all this talk of food. I want myself a
Oh, go grab. Go.
yeah, I'm gonna grab a Cascadia Farms.
So we're doing, by the way, Greeley Crimes at All Times, in case you've forgotten. Let's see, here we go. Can you grab me a regurgigugget while you're there? Because I'm a little peckish myself. No, not pecking, peckish. Oh, so hard to keep track of all this. Let's do another Greeley Crime or Old Time, and that'll bring us up to about 10:30. Ladies and gentlemen, a caller.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, here we go.
I gotta get back there. Wait, give me. I have the.
We need the caller
I
noise.
have to get my. What?
Oh, there we go.
Why is chicken come at? Oh, for the nuggets.
Yes, of course. A
It's
caller
still better, yeah.
on C Street. Because when they ran out of numbers, what else would they call it? A caller on C Street wanted to report that his girlfriend of 3 months had been bothering him. He didn't know her name, where she lived, or what she looked like.
Oh, Lordy.
But, all right. You get the feeling this was kind of a text relationship or something like
But
that?
what is she bothering? If he knows nothing about her, how is she bothering him?
I have no
What
idea.
is she doing? Do we have any intel? or no?
Usually you don't get bothered by women until you know everything about them, but I gotta. Thank you, dear. Police also responded to Apple Avenue. I had no idea they had that there. Apple Avenue, where a girl could be heard screaming all summer. Now, what I want to know, a couple of things I want to know about this, is it's one thing if you call the police when you hear a girl screaming. It's another thing when you call the police when you've heard a girl screaming like 2 or 3 or 4 days in a row.
Yeah, all summer.
But if you sound like, it's this started in kind of early May, and she's just screaming and screaming. I thought, maybe by now it's end of August. I should call somebody. If she has any limbs left, maybe I should call the cops. Turned out, though, the girl was merely playing video games. So I guess she got real excited by playing the video games. They get like into it or something. I don't know. I never got that excited by Pong, unless it was the Pong coming off this fella. Oh, yeah. Last thing, let's do one
This
more.
girl has a chicken riding with her,
Oh,
wearing
excellent.
a helmet.
Joyce is looking at some Facebook postings by people. Buffy the Blue Chick. Oh, she's cute.
No, that's her helmet here.
Oh. No, all right. Let me pop it up. Should I play the video?
Just
Yeah.
show, no. You could if you want.
Here is a chicken riding a vehicle. Here we go. Oh, I don't know if I can do this. Hold on. Hey, baby. Want to take me for a ride? Hey,
So wrong.
maybe we can cross the road together to get to the other side. I'd rather get inside. Oh, chicken, don't be disgusting. Here. Oh, my goodness.
Look at that little helmet. It's so cute. Oh, come on, that helmet's cute. Look at that cute little helmet.
Well,
And the chicken's on a leash.
the chicken's on a, well, that's
Silky
good.
chicken rides bike wearing helmet.
You know what? Just stop egging him on.
David, you're so foul.
There you go. Well, I'm just winging it.
I'm glad you did that. What a good girl.
Okay, well, yay for them. Anyway, last thing. Oh, I like this one. A man was robbed in his home. This is old times. In his home of a handbag, a guitar, and 5 pesos.
Wow.
He said the 2 robbers entered his home and placed him in a hypnotic trance so they could easily rob him. You are getting very thefty, very thefty. I don't know. Anywho,
Why
ladies
did he
and
have a handbag?
yeah, why did he have it? And 5 pesos. I guess back in the day, maybe people carried, because I guess men had wallets or
Yeah.
what did they carry back in the day? I don't know.
He said boneless wings are blasphemy.
Oh, it's true. It's absolutely true. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the boneless edition of Greeley Crimes and Old Times here on Dave's Gone By.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool. I'm sure that you agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
What he is getting at is that Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi-yi-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi.
I hate it when God makes me urinate longer than I have time to actually get away from and come back. But ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Dave's Gone By Facebookio Podcastio Programmio of the stream with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, Chicken, Pooey, and Potato. Oh yeah, who are the Davidians tuning in? Who do we have there? Show me.
Underneath the last line.
Oh, welcome to David and James and Chris and Mark. Oh, and my Auntie Essie. And Auntie Essie, you should stay tuned because in just about 10, 15 minutes, we're going to have cousins of my, albeit on the other side of my family. But we've got Cynthia Shub and her husband, Jeffrey Kirsch. We've also got her sisters, Lauren Shub and Stacey Shub, and their husbands, and they're all going to start playing our Today, Yesterday trivia game against Leslie Hoban Blake. You do not want to miss this. And as I keep reminding everybody, it's not just passive. You guys who are watching on Facebook, feel free to type in the answers if you get them first. You know, no fair cheating, no fair, you know, it's all on the honor system here. And believe me, I wouldn't mind being honored. So, you know, you're welcome to do in our chat room or in our watch party room. Type in the answers. See if you can beat them to the punch with the correct answers in our trivia quiz today, yesterday. Also coming up, our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, Dave's Big Dictionary. Let me see, I don't know, did I ever have theme music for that? I don't know. Yes, I did. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do that.
Oh,
I've got about
Cynthia said Bob is on the golf course.
Bob. Who the hell's Bob? We don't have a Bob.
I don't know.
Oh, no, Bob is Lauren's husband, Robert
Oh,
Idis.
Bob, okay, yeah.
When Bob is on the golf course, we will not have Bob because, of course, playing golf is so much more important than being on this program. Has been forever. There we go. Good. And we got about 10 minutes before all these folks start to join us in the Daverhood. Let's do Dave's Big Dictionary. extra, tell all about it. It's Dave's Big Dictionary. So Dave's Big Dictionary is pretty simple. Joyce, early in the program, flipped through this dictionary, put her finger down completely at random, and came up with the word geology, a noun, where the hell is it? The science dealing with the structure of the Earth's crust and the development of the various layers, includes the study of rock types and fossil forms, the structure of the Earth's crust in a given region or place, or a book about geology. So now I'm going to talk for about like 8 minutes about geology, which is one of the courses. It's interesting. I was always surprised when I was teaching at the university for the previous few years, and I was teaching in the English department and occasionally in the theater department. But when I had these undergraduate kids, and they had courses that they had to take. What does that, Lacey? What does that stand for?
Liberal arts core.
Core courses.
Liberal arts core.
Liberal arts course. So, if they wanted a liberal arts degree, they couldn't just take stuff they were interested in. They had to take like other stuff. So I could go flipping around. And I had to do this back when I was going to undergraduate at NYU 35, 40 years ago. It was like, oh, I don't want to take a science here. You got to take a science. And back then they had a science that was sort of geared towards people who were interested in being filmmakers and photographers. So you took that one, right? And then, want to take a history, got to take history. You want to take a language, got to take a language. You get these core courses, so you're supposed to be a well-rounded person with a well-rounded education as an undergrad. And then it's only when you do a master's or in your last year of undergrad college work that you really concentrate on your major and figure out what the hell you're doing. There's definitely something to that, especially if you go into college thinking you're going to be something and then realize you don't want to be that. But then there's also a thing of like, oh my God, I know what I want to be. Why do I have to spend all this money and all this time and get a good grade in something I will never use, never care about, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So what always kind of surprised me about so many of these undergrad kids is that one of the it's not really elective, one of the choices that they would make in terms of the core, they took geology.
Because it's an easier science than the others,
Is it? It's probably just a lot of memorization, I would assume. So if you're good at memorizing, this is crust, and this is magma, and this is igneous, and this is sedimentary.
Crust. I like crust.
Right, yeah. It's sedimentary, my dear Watson. So if you learn that stuff, you don't have to, it's not a science that's going to involve you filling beakers with chemicals and then writing out formulas for compounds. And it's not a science that's going to have you cutting into frogs. So I guess you're right. I guess it's sort of like you sit through the lectures, you watch some videos and movie demonstrations. You maybe get to, if you're lucky, you hold 100 different types of rocks.
There you go.
And then you look at them and you memorize how to identify them. And then you get like an A- in the course.
Here, listen.
Yeah.
Geology is the study of the earth. How it works, and it's a 4.5 billion year history. They study the important problems such as energy, water, mineral resources, climate, hazards, landslides, earthquakes, and floods. It's about hazards, rock falls, radon, landslides, quick clay, earthquakes.
That is actually all really interesting.
And use the past to predict future outcomes.
That makes me want to take a geology course.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds absolutely really cool, because to me, it was always like, let's look at rocks. Go to the beach, get a rock. Is it all jagged?
A lot of people who study it are frackers, right?
Oh, well, that's a good point. If they want to be in the oil and shale industry, or if they belong to shale oil. Yeah, okay. I guess I kind of get that. And yes, when I was young, I had a pet rock. I think we all did. I don't know if we named it. I don't know if we named it Rocky. Probably named it something Jewish, like Myron. And we had probably put little eyes on it. I really don't remember. I'm assuming because I had a mood ring at some point. I must have had a pet rock, and would have been good. They never had noses. Maybe if it was a rock with a long, jutting nose, I'd be like, oh, that's Cousin Myron. What?
What was your pet? There's more people and I have her much more.
Who's tuning in?
It's
Gives me time to think about rocks here. Yeah. And the Earth's crust. Well, think about it. This is another thing that I would like to know. Somebody tell me this, please. Again, we can put a man on the moon. However, I said before, why can't we use poo instead of taking blood? Well, what, baby?
Remember the thing we watched about the guys obsessed with aliens? They like geology. Remember he had some chemical, like the 551st chemical or something?
Oh, well, he had to do, yeah, there's another Netflix documentary about this guy from Area 51 who seems, he's normal, but maybe a little crazy, but also NASA, or not NASA, whoever, the FBI denied that he was ever a consultant or an expert, and actually he was.
Denied he ever went to education school. It was very weird.
But here's the deal. So if we can do X, Y, and Z, tell me something. We all know that a horrible, scary, huge 8.9 earthquake is gonna hit the West Coast at some point. It probably might hit Thailand too, might hit other countries, or Chile or Italy, but certainly California is due. New York is due for a big one too, I'm sure, but somewhere on that fault line, San Andreas, whatever. Why can't they take a drill and go deep into the Earth's surface, into the crust, like plow right through, hit some Chinese guy in the head. You go so far deep, right? And then you pull the drill out, and now it's got this vacuum, this hole there, where the stuff can go, so that all this stuff that's building up and building up and building up, now it's got a place to sort of go. It won't, but it's under all this pressure. If you drill a hole, it relieves the pressure. Kind of like if you've got a swollen brain, they drill a hole in your skull, so it's got a place to your head's not going to explode. It's going to relieve the pressure. Drill some holes real deep and real big into Earth. Don't just be looking for oil and stuff. Go so deep into like the magma thing. What's under magma?
I don't know.
Lava, something, and get it in there, and then have this thing so that the Earth will not be like, it's like, it's all right. Like the Earth can relax because it's got the holes and stuff. I don't know. I think that is a very, I think that can work. I think that is something that, what do you think? Do you think that's a crazy idea?
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why would that not?
Fill it with the boneless chicken wing.
That's fine. You fill it with saucy nugs. Or, no, you fill it with the sauce. And then you wait. You fill it with just sauce. You fill these holes deep in the earth with sauce. And then you stand there with raw chicken parts, any parts of the chicken that you want. And then you wait for the explosion. And then the sauce comes out like piping hot because it's being in the earth, and it just goes, and it covers your nugget. It's a thought.
It covers your nugget?
Yeah, probably a thought I shouldn't have had. And look, I'm being rescued from Dave's Big Dictionary by having a guest. Ladies and gentlemen, it says that Bob is going to be tuning in with us here in the Daverhood, that he's in the waiting room, except I was just told that Bob's on the golf course. He's not going to be joining us, but his wife is. Let's get to that waiting room. Let's see who's waiting for us. Oh my goodness. We've got two of the people who are going to be playing the quiz with us on Dave's Gone By, our Yesterday quiz at 11 o'clock. But let's talk to them now, shall we? We shall. First of all, we're going to be joining with, hello, is this Lauren or Stacey Shub? Let's get your microphone on. I got to make sure that. Hello, greetings. And you're in the neighborhood. And you just wrote,
Hi, Dave. You're breaking up a little.
Well, breaking up is hard to do. There we go. This is going to be tough with Zoom. Let's see if I can also get our other guest on. So you're on. Let's admit your sister, Stacey. Oh, she just froze. This is going to be a cluster.
Oh, I should change my name.
Oh, now my connection is unstable. Let's see how we're doing this. Look at this. Look at this. We actually.
Ask her who the puppy is.
I need to do gallery view. All right, so let's start first of all with Lauren, who's on our upper left. Lauren Shub. Hello, Lauren Shub.
Hello, David Lefkowitz. How are you?
I am good. I am good. Welcome on this Saturday morning.
Her name says Bob Eden.
Yeah, people know she changed it. It says Lauren Shub. You know, she's good. She changed her name. Well done. So, Lauren, who's the puppy? Who's the dog?
Oh,
yeah.
Hello, that's Jamie.
Uh-huh.
Jamie's lying back there, but he'll be sure to bark at some point.
Well, tell Jamie to tell the truth. And now also we have Stacey.
He's going to help me. He's my cheater dog.
You can't. Oh, no. A Saint Bernard with one of those casks around its neck, with like the cross. That you can. No other dog is acceptable for cheating during the Today Yesterday quiz. Let me make sure everybody comes in here.
Yes.
We have Stacey. Stacey Shub is your sister. Hello, Stacey Shub.
Hello.
Hi, and we saw your husband there, or was that Shy?
That was Shy.
Are you married, or are you living in sin, or what's the deal there, or what's the?
We are living in sin. Yes.
Whoa! Wow.
For about a decade, but yeah.
Black sheep of the family right there. These are, by the way, I am related to you guys, you know, in some weird way that only Cynthia, who is joining the room as well, she can't.
No, it's not that far. It's not that distant.
So are you second? Is that the deal? And Cynthia's joining us with Jeff, probably. There's Cynthia.
From a desert island.
Yes.
It's a Shub-tastic moment, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Cynthia, of course, has the palm trees. She's on the beach. Stacey, is that what is that behind you? A sheet of some sort?
It's actually an artist rendering of New York, the boroughs, but you color it in, so anyone who comes over is forced to choose a pencil or a marker and color it in.
Whoa, that is way cool.
Where's Jeff?
Yeah, and by the way,
he'll be right over.
So it's going to be so.
It's a lot of fun.
So is
You
Bob?
can see the family resemblance. My goodness.
They look like. How do they look like me?
No, like they look like each
Oh,
other.
they look like each other. Yeah, you know, that we can see absolutely. No, they sure look a little like.
We're
me.
only second cousins. It's not that far.
No, she means the three of us look alike.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we got that right.
Right. So again,
We look like
explain
sisters.
How you guys, because I'm the only really important thing here. How are you guys related to me? Oh, they're all.
Your father's grandmother,
right?
Your father's grandmother and our grandfather were brother and sister.
All right, and oh, cool. So
and
like,
she was a Shub.
Shub, and are you all? By the way, do you all go by Shub, or have you?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because you don't want to be Theerakulstit. No offense to Shy, but seriously, you do not look like a. What was it? The hell is that name?
I missed that.
You're saying your name.
What?
He's butchering your name.
Tell Shy to get on camera.
Come here. Tell him how you say your name, because it took me a few years.
Oh, there he's coming.
I still can't say his name.
What are you trying to pronounce?
Your last name.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pronounced Smith.
Very nice.
It's a weird transliteration.
The dog liked that. The dog thought that was funny.
Well, look. Yeah, don't care how funny you know.
He's so bored. He says, "When does something happen?"
I have never ever said your last name.
Why can't I find the background thing?
Once you're on, you can't do it.
Ah.
Pandemic, people still don't know how to use Zoom. Yeah, no, it's tough. I mean, our bandwidth and Wi-Fi, I'll probably lose you all right when the quiz begins. Yeah. Not all, and Tracy saying all devices. So wait a minute, Cynthia, is Jeff there and we're not seeing him? Is he behind a tree? Oh my God!
He's hiding behind a tree.
He's behind the palm tree.
That really is cheating. That's fantastic. That's like the Invisible Man. This is,
Yeah.
I know. I need green screen to go.
That's the weird thing about the background.
There we go.
People going in and
Yeah.
out.
There we go. Welcome, Jeff. Oh, we need some male energy. Oh, there he goes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
He's here. He just didn't want to be on camera.
Oh, well, yeah, because it's kind of cool. We got this whole women thing.
Playing golf.
So tell me about. Sorry.
That's why he's a doctor.
So tell me about yourselves. So we'll start with Stacey on our lower left. What do you do, and what does Shy do?
Well, I've been in sales at the moment. The pandemic has hit, and I'm. If anyone has a great opportunity for me, I'll throw my hat in the ring. And Shy, why don't you speak for yourself? I don't know because I don't
Shy.
What
here.
Shy is playing off-camera announcer is what he's playing right now.
I'm about to go become a golf pro.
Well, yeah,
I'm an actor, and I also do like content creation and
a little louder, Shy.
And fake science lectures.
So basically, you are a content creator who acts occasionally. And let's face it.
Yes.
You're a
yes,
waiter.
basically.
Yeah, but here's the deal. What have you been in? What shows? What kind of stuff have you done?
Mostly like I do these fake science lectures that I tour around the country doing, but I have a couple like bit parts in some Netflix movies and an HBO Mack show coming up as soon as they resume shooting. Everything's been shut down because of quarantine. So yeah.
And you have some fabulous YouTube videos.
Yeah, and I once had a somewhat active YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Now lays fallow.
What are those videos up? Are they like podcasty things, or what are those videos?
No, they're like little short sketches, the occasional bit of social commentary, a little song. And
what's your
funny? Very funny.
The funniest thing on YouTube.
Oh, that's
except
not even
this.
remotely true. But
except my show, Cynthia. Thank
except for David's show.
Yeah. No, but what is is the channel's name? Like
it's Shyaporn is my first name, and it's also the name of the channel. If you need to know how to spell it, it's. Sorry, Mama Rose is over here telling me to sing out and project.
Yes.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
She had.
No, you're not wrong. Project. So, you went to NYU Tisch School of the Arts. You should know how to project.
That's right. You're right. You know what's more important than delivering my line? It's getting stage direction in the middle of it. Thank you, girls.
Sounds like a shoe.
Thank you for all your wonderful stagecraft. Anyway, yeah.
Spell your name.
It's Shyaporn. It's spelled like you're missing one porn.
So it sounds like you're missing what?
Like you're missing one porn.
Oh,
you're shy.
Oh, you're shy a porn. Yeah. I never thought of that.
That is his name. It has porn in his name.
Yes. It's a Thai name.
There you go. Now,
Shy had difficulty getting the website, right? Weren't you? Didn't you have difficulty because of
not the website, but sometimes websites turn down my email address.
Right.
And whatnot.
Just
now back to your regularly scheduled Shub.
He's leaving.
No, he has to stay.
I'm right here.
We need him for theater questions.
He's behind
the.
Dave, you should have him do his science lecture.
Oh my God!
I mean, not today.
Right.
But
anything about geology? Because that would have been handy, like moments ago. The geology, rock stuff.
He does
Batman versus Godzilla. Batman versus Godzilla.
Yeah. All right.
He does it. What did he say? What did he say? I'm his agent.
That's a good matchup. This is better.
What did he do?
Batman, she's mashing up a couple of his lectures into one. It's
actually Bambi versus Godzilla did not go well for Bambi. We know that. But and I also want to caution viewers at home that if you're looking for Shyaporn's YouTube channel, if you just Google Shyaporn, you do not. You get other stuff. Trust me. So
don't forget the A.
Yeah.
Shyaporn.
So Stacey.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Lauren, forgive me.
Get you, Stacey.
Saying Stacey, forgive me, because you all do look alike. All you people look alike to me. Here's the deal. What do you do?
All us white people look alike. I'm an actor and a singer, and I put in a plug for Shy's school because I'm a graduate as well. A couple of decades difference when we went there.
We're a trio of NYU grads. I was NYU too.
And
Also, you
business,
too?
NYU School of Business.
No, it's not the same thing. You'll get your turn. You'll get your turn.
NYU.
You don't have to audition to get into NYU School of Business.
It's not the same. Look at her, she's all dejected now.
I thought I did audition. Oh wait,
Actually, I wasn't acting. I didn't have to audition. I was filming TV, so I
See,
kind of
there you go.
side. Yeah.
There you go. Oh, were you in film and TV?
Yeah, I was Tish. I'm not kidding. I was Tish and what they call now Canbar. But yeah, I was back in 1981 through 86 when I got my master's there too. Yeah, I was.
Oh, okay.
But it's about you. This is about you, Lauren. So here's a question. This is going back a little bit. You don't look, none of you guys look as old as you are. You were in a 1973 Broadway show.
No, not 1973.
The other Gloria Morrissey Hall, wasn't that 73?
No, it wasn't 1973. It was
You
1970.
look great for 90, Lauren.
I know, it was 1977.
Sorry, 70.
No, I'm sorry, 1979. I was married in 77. I mixed those things up.
The year keeps
1979,
yeah.
I was pregnant with my oldest child, hiding it, wearing two girdles, because what people who aren't in the business don't realize is you can be fired. You know, they don't have to give you a reason. And in fact, it's a union thing that you don't get given a reason, because they said if they had to give you a reason, then your work would be judged. They'd say you're a lousy actor, so you're hired. I even forget what the term is, but you know, without cause, you can be fired. You want to be fired without cause. They give you your 2 weeks notice. So I was hiding it because I would have been fired like that. I actually, part of what I had to do on the Mark Hellinger stage, which is a raked stage,
yeah,
is roller skate. And only my husband and my best friend, not even my sisters, knew I was pregnant. And they said, you know, you're really nuts. And I said, well, I'm not really worried about, you know, what about what'll happen to the baby? I said, well, I'll be dead if I go in. It's a really deep pit at the Mark Hellinger. It's an unbelievably deep pit. And I wasn't a very good, anyway, they cut that scene, thank goodness, before opening night.
No, I love it. It's the difference between like the left wing, the Democrats and the Republicans. And the left wing is like, the Republicans are like, oh my God, unborn child. And left wing is like, baby dies. I got to show it to
No, I cared if the baby lived, but it was like, I was going to be dead too. So it wasn't like a choice. It's like, if I don't do this roller skating bit right, it's not a question of losing the baby. It's a question of both of us going.
Well, the thing
he's
is,
now 41 years old, almost 41, and doing very well.
And after a lot of therapy, he's okay.
So, but Morrissey Hall, did it run a bit, or by the time
No, it ran out of town. I mean, the funny thing about something that closes right away is that we had thousands and thousands of people see it. We played in Philadelphia. We played 3 weeks of previews, you know, in a very large theater. So it was an interesting thing that, you know, and I got to know Celeste Holm, who was the star.
Wow.
She was a wonderful, wonderful woman. You know, and then I did Fiddler with Theodore Bickel.
A friend of Daverhood who was on this show years ago, before he died. We tried to get him after.
But that's a better way to do it. Always a better way.
Yeah. And do you have any?
So boring. After they die, they're so boring.
Yeah, it's true. Some of them are boring before that. But do you have any Theodore memories? Do you have any memories of him or Celeste Holm? Any anecdotes?
Well, gosh, he was not the nicest guy. So he was.
I hate hearing that.
He got a little bit too close to the young women in the cast. We had to do an intervention to get him to leave one of the young women alone. He left me alone because I was a new mother. I had a 3-month-old baby that I brought to rehearsals, and he thought it was wonderful that I was bringing my baby because I was a nursing mother. And so he really
liked to watch. Yeah.
I guess it took the sexual attraction away too. So anyway, I'll tell you the interesting thing about him is that in rehearsal, in our little rehearsal studio, he did his work so beautifully and so with he wasn't over the top. It was just beautiful, and then he got on the stage and he couldn't let anybody have a scene. He'd be upstaging Muttle, and he'd be going over the top in his own songs, and he was so beautiful in rehearsal, but he didn't trust it, and he didn't like anybody. And also, we had a pretty good director, may he rest in peace, Jay Harnick, who's the brother of Sheldon Harnick.
Also a friend of the Daverhood, by the way. Someone was on the show.
And his wife,
yeah.
Barbara Barry's still working. I mean, she's unbelievable. But Jay, Theo never let Jay do the directing. Like Jay, they were working together for years, and Jay knew what his role was, which was basically stage it, and then whatever Theo wants to change, he can change. Yeah. And it wasn't for the good of the production, let the director do his work, I remember one thing I learned from Celeste, because we were doing a new show, and what's crazy about a new show is between the matinee and the evening, sometimes you get lines, your lines are given to somebody else and somebody's lines are given to yours. So Shy will appreciate this. There goes all of your background that you've done on your character when suddenly you have different lines. Yeah. 2 hours later, it's like, throw that out the window. But I realized how much she fought for certain things, because when the reviews get written and it says it's a lousy show, and we got mixed reviews. I mean, some said she was wonderful, and some said, why is she in this piece of shit? So, can I say that on the radio?
I was in the Daily News. They actually used that word. They said, and actually, and later on, diarrhea. They used both words in that review. It's amazing.
So they were slightly kinder, but and as I said, it was mixed reviews. I loved the show. I didn't know why it closed, but I knew I had to get out of it anyway. I just wanted to get past the opening because I was 5 months pregnant when we opened.
Well, let me ask. I also want to ask Stacey. Do you have any Theodore Bickel stories?
No, I don't have Theodore Bickel stories, but I do remember visiting Lauren in Summerstock
with Ray Walston.
There you go. You just stole my line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was it? My Little Martian? What was it called?
My Favorite Martian.
My Favorite Martian. Yeah.
And I knew who he was, and I was just so impressed that my sister knew famous people.
I was Bet, and he was. It was Oliver. He was Fagin.
Wow. Was it a very Jewish Fagin? Was it politically?
Not at all. And he was a very nasty guy. He was.
You get to kill everything.
Molly Pecan did Milk and Honey at my Summerstock Theater. She was wonderful. She was wonderful.
Someone she liked.
I was 17 years old, and Mickey Rooney propositioned me. I was the only person near him in height.
But Rooney, we hear the stories. Rooney was all over I get, but and it's lovely to hear about Molly Pecan. But wait, you just said, why was Ray Ralston an asshole? What that?
He was just one of those people who, as soon as he got off stage, he didn't want to know you.
Oh well.
I'll tell you an interesting thing about Paul Ford. I think Shy, who's being shy for some reason, will also appreciate. There are certain actors who, even when they get a little bit past it, like me, I can't pull up words anymore. Paul Ford, do you remember Paul Ford from Sergeant Bilko?
I don't recall the show.
Okay, I mean, if you saw him, I think you'd remember. He was in Sergeant Bilko with Phil Silvers. So Paul Ford was in Shy. Do you remember? I Can't Hear You When the Water's Running. Well, a delightful comedy. And we were in a theater in the Round, and he was like this on stage, and he would walk halfway up, and his wife would meet him, and he's in the dark now, and he would become somebody with dementia. It was like he would walk slowly, he wasn't totally there, but he still somehow had the chops to know all his lines, to be, it was just amazing. I mean, there were people I saw who just, I wish I could still have what they had at an advanced age.
Yeah.
So who do you have good story about?
Yeah.
Celeste Home.
Who?
I also, Yul Brynner. Yul Brynner.
Wow. Tell us.
Okay, when I was a teenager,
Yeah.
I stayed in the apartment with Jerry Adler's family. Do you know Jerry Adler from, he played Hesh in The Sopranos. He played, I'm sorry?
He was on The Sopranos.
He played Hesh in The Sopranos. Jerry Adler he started out as a stage manager, then he became a director, and his daughter and I did summer theater together. So when I went to NYU, she was still in high school, my first year at NYU, and I lived with her family until we found an apartment together. So Jerry Adler, through my best friend, got him his first role in a movie with Joe Pesci, who didn't want to work with him, who said, I don't want to be with a guy who's never acted. And they did a great movie, and he's had a bigger career than Joe Pesci since then. So Jerry Adler he's been in the thing about the firefighters after 9/11, that series, Rescue Me. He was the fire captain. He was in the movie with Shirley MacLaine, In Her Shoes, playing the love interest. He's been in a lot of movies.
How many Jewish gangsters were on Sopranos?
Right, that's right. He was the only Jewish gangster. So anyway, so I stayed with him, and he always had, Hal Holbrook came to his house. He had all these people who came to their apartment. They had a salon in their apartment. So I met Hal Holbrook, was wonderful. Stanley Holloway came one night and did his role from My Fair Lady. He did Get Me to the Church on Time. I was in theater that night. I missed it. So I was doing a performance. But, so who was the actor I wanted to talk about? See how you lose things?
Maybe we should have Uncle Ronnie on here because he could talk about acting with Joe Pesci.
Right. But anyway.
Who the hell is Uncle Ronnie?
My mother's brother is an actor.
Ron who?
Roth.
Ronald Roth. Okay.
He was in The Super.
Joe Pesci. Huh?
He was in The Super, the movie The Super. But Ron hasn't had a large career. But okay, so Jerry Adler was the production stage manager of the Tony Awards when Alexander Cohen, he worked for the Alexander Cohen organization. So when I was living with them, I got to come as a volunteer and work backstage. And I got to be the person during the dress rehearsal of the 25th Tony Awards that had everybody in the world there. I mean, David Wayne, Zero Mostel, and I was a teenager, and I got to go up on stage while they were all in the audience, and I had to do 30-second acceptance speeches. It was terrifying. And I sat back in the audience next to Yul Brynner, and he was so charming and so handsome. But this is a great story. The funniest thing that happened was people had been there for a couple of hours. So you you didn't just show up for the show. They had to sit there. And Alexander Cohen came out, and in a very flat affect, he said, okay, now we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and for the next half hour, we're going to do this. And then theater,
Brynner?
Zero stood up,
yeah,
and he said, as he's talking, he says, with his cane, he goes, when do we eat? So then Alexander Cohen goes into this thing, very calmly, and this flat affect, and Zero's in the back. And David Wayne, if you remember the great actor David Wayne from All About Eve.
Right.
And these are all Broadway actors too, of course. That's why
Penny
they're
and
there.
Rainbow was, yeah.
Right, exactly. So he stands up, and he did that number. They were all doing a number. He stood up, and he turned around after Alex Cohen gave this explanation, and he says, so live off of your fat. So Zero comes running down the aisle with his cane, like leaning on his cane, and pretends to beat the shit out of David Wayne.
Oh my gosh.
It was so funny.
Well, that's great.
So anyway, so when I was accepting these awards, they had full orchestra. The orchestra was in the dress rehearsal. So I got to be the very short person who, during the night thing, who gives the statue to the statuette blonde who comes out and gives it to the presenter. But during the day, I get to be the person who's actually accepting the awards. So one of the, so they're making up, the presenters are making up Oscar Hammerstein for best score. And I come out, and all I could think of to say was, Oscar couldn't be here tonight. And I got all these groans from all of these famous people.
Oh, wow.
So,
I can't let it stand that Ray Walston was so horrible. Do you remember what he did, Lauren? This is amazing. I remember this all the time. He gave me his M&Ms. Wasn't that nice?
that was nice.
I was like 7 years older than, and he came over, and I just thought that was the nicest thing.
Yeah, it's interesting mention. I want to tell. First of all, I want to tell everybody that Leslie Hoban Blake is apparently frozen and trying to get on to do the quiz. But hell with the quiz. This is too good. But weirdly enough, we've been talking about all these people I didn't expect to be jerks. Like, I mean, Rooney I kind of expected, and Ray Walston sort of something of a surprise, I guess, and Theodore Bickel is being kind of, like
Lech?
Women a little too, yeah, Lech. Well, all Jewish men are leches. Let's be honest.
Oh no.
Yeah. But I have a David Wayne story. My dad had a David Wayne story. He saw David Wayne coming out of the theater or walking down the street and asked for an autograph, and Wayne was just like a jerk. Wayne was like, I think either he gave it to him or not. But he was just like completely like, leave me alone. So
Stacey has some Bernadette and Mary stories.
Bernadette Peters and Mary Martin stories? No.
Mary
Tyler Moore.
Look, I'm turning red.
You are.
Go, Stacey.
You know, Stacey will tell you her story, but the one thing she told me about Mary is that Mary couldn't stand still or she would get a crowd of people. So when they spoke on the street, when Stacey would walk along with Mary, they'd have to keep walking. That's what you told me, right? And I found that with Celeste home. We went out for lunch one day to a delicatessen just to buy, some takeout. And all these people came around her. And Celeste would give an autograph if people would give her. She started out with a dime and then a quarter, and then it became $1, which she would give to UNICEF. And she raised over $100,000 over the years for UNICEF. And if somebody couldn't give her that amount of money, then what did they want the autograph for? I mean, and she did give that money. I mean, it's documented. UNICEF will tell you she gave that money. And it was like people just did it because that's what you're supposed to do. And if people turned away, she'd say, okay. But she was always sweet to people. And one thing I learned, because I was very young when I was in that play, was, and with everybody else, when you're famous, people think, oh, I should be able to come up to your table because it's the only time I'm seeing you. But that person's always being seen. And that's what people have to understand about when they say, oh, the person wouldn't even talk to me. Well, the person's, 24/7 out in public.
But
that's what you have to think
that's
about.
also the price of fame. That is, if you're nice about it, coming up to a celebrity, that celebrity's got like $10 million in the bank. Part of the trade-off is when I go into a restaurant, if someone approaches me nicely for a moment, I'll be like, or I'm going to take a table in the back and tell the waiter, have people leave me alone. So I think that's kind of a fair trade-off. I want to bring in Leslie in a moment, but Stacey, you had a story about about Bernadette and Mary. Tell.
Well, one night I was actually having dinner with Mary and her husband and Bernadette and her then boyfriend who became her husband. And they mentioned how upset they were about dogs and cats being euthanized in New York.
Right.
And I said, if I can help you in any, that's just my nature, I guess. If I can help in any way, let me know. And 2 days later, the phone rang and it was Mary Tyler Moore calling me and asking if I could help. And then I set off to find solutions for pet overpopulation. And then they called and Mary said that she was going to be meeting, they were going to be meeting with Mayor Giuliani. And I asked her, what are you guys going to do? And she said, well, I'm going to cry. And they said, that's great, but what are you going to ask for? And she said, that's why we need you. So I ended up, it was an organization called Fido New York City, and it still runs Broadway barks to this day. So it's been 20 something years that that's been going on.
Because I was missing the connection. I was missing the piece that connected you to Mary Tyler Moore and Bernadette Peters. It was because you were at that point a sales rep or some kind of.
I was doing consulting work at the time, and I would find interesting kind of gigs to come around that I had an interest in, and I was passionate about that. So I had met with them because my ex-husband was best friends with her husband.
Bernadette.
Bernadette's husband.
Bernadette's husband, Michael, and my ex-husband, Frank, were best friends, which is what led me to that dinner, was just a social occasion.
Well, by the way, speaking of social occasions, Leslie seems to be on a ship there that is capsizing and floating around in the. Are you okay? Can we get that phone to like?
I am doing everything I can to get online. My laptop is not functioning today. I don't know what's wrong, and it's potato day. So how could I not know that?
Okay,
I know.
very important.
But I need some Dramamine.
Are you by
Well, you're
yourself?
further away from the ocean. No wonder you can't. You know, just get the waves to stop. Oh, Jeff! Hello, Jeff.
Jeff's there.
Hello there, Stacey. Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, Leslie. We very much enjoyed watching you last time
thank
you were on.
How kind. I was just loving your story. Excuse me. It's lovely to meet another storyteller.
Oh, you haven't met the older one then.
You and your sisters, my God, is there no end to them? How many?
There's
of you
no
are
end.
there?
This is it, just the three of us.
Oh, okay.
But it's more than enough.
And Dave, don't forget,
Oh, hello.
Cynthia hasn't gotten a chance to introduce herself.
You're
Well,
the
Cynthia
singer.
has
Hi,
been on
Lauren. You're
so many
the
shows
Oh, that's
that
true.
we know her.
Everybody knows Cynthia.
But I don't know anyone. I live through your stories.
Oh.
Well, that's. Do you have any celebrity stories, Cynthia? Because we've been
Well,
hearing.
I have a sister that dated Jerry Seinfeld.
That's
There's a
big
story.
deal.
I know nobody.
What?
Yeah, she is responsible. She was the inspiration for the first episode, for the pilot episode. He called her and said, "The way we met, I wrote. You have to watch it." And it was
I'm not
after
sure.
it was on, and I
I'm
had to
not
watch
sure
reruns to
Stacey
watch
wants
it.
this story told publicly. Okay.
Here he is. Here he is. Jerry, hi.
Hi.
You look great, Jerry.
What's everybody doing? Yeah, this is not a story for
So is that
public
actually true that
consumption.
the debut episode of Seinfeld, which was supposed to be about nothing, was in fact about Stacey's relationship or dating Jerry Seinfeld back in the day? What?
How they met.
It's how they met. It was a very crazy way they met, and so he used that to do this thing with Elaine Benish about it.
And then we're moving on to another story.
Yes, why don't you? But the modern major general thing, that's so good.
So I was doing this Japanese musical off Broadway.
Yeah.
I'm not Japanese. And F.
But
Murray
you can
Abraham.
play all Asians.
Yes, that's true. I can play all Asians. And F. Murray Abraham, who was friends with the playwright, came down to visit us after the show. Now the show, I was playing an artist dying of brain cancer, and I carried a giant paintbrush around and danced with it on the stage. Did that give you any impression of how the show was?
Very subtle. Yes, very subtle.
Yeah, it was very subtle. So F. Murray Abraham very graciously comes down afterwards and tells us how much he liked the show. And I go, "Oh, so what are you working on now, sir?" And he says, "Well, I've taken some time off, but you know when you see good theater, it makes you want to jump right back into it." And I go to him, "So you'll be taking some more time off then?" And he just didn't respond at all. He just walked on.
He's a wonderful
Was that a
guy. He has a
Pan-Asian Rep, or
tremendous
where was
sense
that
of
show?
humor.
Was it the Mayi?
It was off Broadway at the now torn down Samuel Beckett Theater on 42nd Street.
But the company
it's been
was-
replaced with the Signature Theater, which is
Yeah. What was it, Natco or Mayi, or was it another company? Who was doing it? Because I was
God,
seeing
I don't-
theater back then.
I don't even remember. I think
produced
it
by
was just a
Eric Krebs?
private production.
Was it produced by Eric Krebs by any chance? Because that was his theater.
This was in like
I didn't mean to stop the
97,
conversation.
so
He was 5 years old. He can't remember.
yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me reintroduce and let everybody know what's happening here. We're about to go into the quiz. Ooh.
No. I found the thingy. Now I may be able to get on. Keep talking. Give me
Oh, she's
one
good.
second. My machine finally came through, and maybe I'll get on screen like all the rest of you.
You are.
Yeah, we can see
You
you.
are. We can't see you, Leslie.
That little postage stamp in the corner, that's me. Okay.
Well, you're all postage
No, you're the
stamps.
same as all
Big
of
on my
us.
computer.
No, I'm not the same as all of you. I'm a little tiny over here.
No, no,
But okay,
No,
all right.
You're
On
little
our
Leslie.
screen,
Come
you're
on.
the same.
Yeah, you
Okay.
literally, everybody is small in pieces. If you have gallery view, you remember you have to put gallery view, Leslie, or maybe you're.
I don't have any choices on here to do anything.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, now I'm big and you're small. Oh,
because you're talking.
Oh, you
okay.
have it on
We need
Spotlight.
a quiz. I'm having so much fun.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, we're all okay. We're all separate but equal
But
in,
now,
in our
Leslie,
own
you
way.
can tilt
Okay.
can you tilt your phone a little more so you got a lot of headroom? There we go. All right. Very-
Leslie, you don't want to be like us.
All
But
right.
we
well,
haven't. Could we officially meet? Because I know who some of you are, but I don't know who all of you are.
Well, that's why I'm doing an intro here. I'm going to tell everybody.
You're trying to.
Leslie, yeah.
I'm
that-
sorry. I'm also a director. So I'm annoying when it comes to that. Okay.
Well, Leslie, you have a room full of actors, pretty much, almost here. I'll
Oh my
introduce
God! I'm in pig heaven. Okay, go ahead.
So here it goes. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. The name of the show is Dave's Gone By. We're about to do our Today Yesterday quiz with the massive competition that we have here. So to, I think, my left, depending on the screen that you're watching, is Lauren Shub. Welcome to Lauren Shub. She is my cousin, and she is the sister of two of the other women that you are seeing. Now, Lauren, of course.
See all of the other women that you're seeing. No, I'm sorry. That
Except me.
she's seeing.
Except me. But I'll be happy to join if that. You all look like lovely women.
They are absolutely lovely. Below Lauren is her sister, Stacey Shub, and her boyfriend is, oh, here we go. It's Shyaporn Theerakulstit. And I know that's racist.
Flawless.
I'm pronouncing it that way. Is it
Very close.
Theerakulstit? Is that right? Theerakulstit?
No, it's actually pronounced Theerakulstit.
Really? Theerakulstit?
No, the K is pronounced like a G and the L is pronounced like an N. Thai names aren't pronounced the way they're transliterated.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Should we
it's
just
the
go
Thai
with
peop-
Smith?
It's a
We are
Thai
going with
people's
Smith,
revenge
yeah.
for the king and I.
So we call him Shy. Shy Smith?
As a stage name.
Dude, is that your, actually, what is your equity name? You can't be going under, what do they call you?
They call me Shyaporn Theerakulstit.
You don't put that on the res. That doesn't.
Oh, I most certainly do.
He gets
It's
one
a
point
brave
for
new
that.
world, David. The world is bigger than the United
He
States.
can also get into British equity with that name. He doesn't have to worry about.
Yeah, but you
No,
can't get on the
there's
marquee with it.
there's Sir Shyaporn Theerakulstit has the name with British equity. So.
It's like the last IT has to go on the other side of the Hellinger Theater marquee, for God's sakes. The Mark Hellinger Theater.
David was walking a very thin tightrope, and I think he may have fallen off on that
Oh,
one.
I always do. Come on. He was the one that said all Asians can play the same roles because they're all Asians. Not to mention, like, sort of one area of Russia that you could
You're
be.
too young to have ever, Shy, you're too young to have ever seen the Pan-Asian version of Othello in which everyone was Asian, except for the guy playing Othello who was Eurasian.
Was that Pan-Asian Reps production?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it, but I do remember that going
It
on.
was
Yeah.
amazing. It was absolutely amazing. I mean, it turned everything on its head. Everything, just
Wow.
what.
Well, anyway, let me get through introducing everybody. So on top we had Lauren, below we had Stacey and her boyfriend Shy, and then a face that we've seen for the past couple. Oh, there we go. It's like magic. Cynthia and Jeff, Cynthia Shub, and then Cynthia Shub Kirsch and Jeffrey Kirsch, her husband. Hi guys, say something because I know I can give you a chance to talk today.
Yeah, we didn't say much today. It's so unusual for me.
Jeffrey escaped.
Is that what happens?
Wait, we're losing again. We're on.
Leslie, you muted yourself accidentally.
Yeah, Leslie, you're muted.
The director can't leave what's good. It was fine, Leslie. Sometimes you have to leave well enough alone.
Yes, now you're muted. Find the microphone and click it.
Yeah. Hold on.
Hey! Okay, she got it.
Oh, there we go. Very well. Oh, good shot, Leslie. Except for the damn spotlight in the mirror that's blinding me.
I don't. It was all set up to use my laptop,
Right.
and not to use that. So is that better?
You're great, Leslie. Before we all vomit from seasickness, please stop the camera moving. Just.
If Cynthia can go in and out of the water and whatnot and Jeff can do it completely, Why can I? Yeah. Why should my little bit of seasickness bother you?
That's true. You're
We're
right.
good.
Okay.
I think I see your ship in her background.
By the way, that's Leslie Hoban Blake. I didn't get to introduce you. Leslie Hoban Blake is a longtime director and theater critic in New York, longtime friend of mine, who is directing at the moment. I mean,
Nope, all done, all finished.
Okay. She's directing for.
She's directing her cell phone at the moment.
Exactly. Also, our mutual friend Charlie Gross is doing a solo show as part of what Fringe Festival?
It's the Rochester Fringe Festival, and it's on starting on I think it's the 15th. I'm not really sure.
Of September.
Yes, right. It's imminent, if not already on.
Is he physically going to be in Rochester, or is it virtual?
No, he sent a tape in. He sent a tape in. It's
so
all virtual. It's a completely virtual Fringe Festival.
So are we going to be able? Well,
yes, it's free, and you can just pull it up, Rochester Fringe Festival, and check the schedule. I'm sorry, I don't know it off the top of my head.
Well, so just so you know, Leslie, for future planning, that both Lauren on the top and Stacey in the middle, and her husband, Sean, they're all actors. Well, Stacey, you've not really.
She was in a movie with George Clooney.
Yes.
She photobombed George Clooney on a New York street.
She just went to the taping.
Well, he photobombed you. That's right. He photobombed you.
She photobombed the movie.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait, all right, tell the story.
All right, long story short, I showed up, the production assistant liked me, she let me stand by her. This was shot down by Wall Street. She said I needed to leave because it was a winter scene and it was summer, although she liked me to stay. I went home, I got changed, I put on winter clothes. I came back and they grabbed me and said, you need to stand here. And I was an extra and they were giving me direction. And so I spent the rest of the day as an extra in the film.
They better have paid you. Hey, they're very strong union rules. I hope they paid you.
I was afraid to take money, so I didn't. But at the craft table was lovely.
A Jew afraid to take money. I can't even wrap my mind around that. I'm like, I still see pennies on the street sitting in piles of poop in New York, and I'm like, how do I extract that without getting that under my fingernail? I figure out a
We're
way.
throwing you out of the family, Dave, for that.
If you haven't by this point, if you haven't already.
Almost every day when Trump does something that has to do with money, I keep saying, thank God he's not Jewish, because all of his acolytes would be taking that to the bank, so to speak.
I love the way he says to an audience in Kentucky of out-of-work coal miners, so your 401ks are fine, right?
Right.
Yes,
he really knows how to read a room, He really,
But he doesn't read, period.
That was good.
He doesn't read, period.
True.
All right.
No, you're right.
Before we get into politics here, let's talk. Oh wait, so we have where did the glasses come? What the? I look away from the screen for 1 second and everything changes. What's that? What are you, Yoko?
What are those?
This
Are you
is
going skiing?
It's anti-glare. It also flips up. It's amazing. It's convertible.
Are you playing a video game during this interview?
Oh, that's clever. That's
It takes the glare off the computer too.
Why are you suddenly again? Oh, because
get rid of it.
Oh, I don't know.
If I order now, will I get a second pair for free, Lauren?
Yes, and you'll get it in 5 minutes. It will be droned.
Cynthia's running to get her glasses now, I assume. Or Jeff, are you there? Is anybody there? I'm looking. I'm here. Hello.
Jeffrey was surfing. He was surfing. He's back.
Well, your husband is busy playing golf. He couldn't be bothered to.
Well, he couldn't.
Prop comedy.
What?
Solid prop comedy from Cynthia.
Did you have an armrest? What the hell? What went on there? What is
that's funny.
Speak words, Cynthia, so your screen pushes to the front.
Speak
so
words.
That's a virtual reality headset, I assume?
She can't hear us. She's somewhere else
right
now. She's like on Mars.
So my husband is one of the few people who's actually working every day.
Yeah.
He still has a very full-time job. So he's addicted to golf on the weekends.
If he works on a Saturday, I would say so. Very full-time.
No,
not
golfing
today.
He does work on Saturday too. He sees patients. He's a family doc. And I couldn't get him to not go play golf. So
Well, we're gonna keep this as easy as possible because I'm just
Okay, I'm in, guys. I'm in. I'm turning.
What the
I'm
hell
in
happened?
the regular.
Leslie, leave my camera alone.
Leslie, are you on the
Right.
bicycle?
Yes, I'm on the bicycle.
We have to admit you on a different thing here.
You have to let me in on this one now, please. I finally got it.
All right,
Otherwise, my arm is going to go numb from holding the phone.
Oh, yeah, there she is.
We're going to have Leslie and her twin.
Yes,
I got it.
right. We'll have both of me.
I have to
I'll
tell
turn
you,
this one
Dave.
off as soon as you turn that one on. Here we go. Okay. That one
That's
went away.
better.
Hello.
That's fantastic.
I'm Tom.
here.
But the
He
other
knows how
one's
to
still
frame
on.
it, too.
Well,
Leslie,
who cares? It's not moving. As long as it's not moving.
I'm turning it off. I'm turning it off. I'm turning it off. Hang on.
Dave,
Yeah,
Dave, I have to confess, I did get a look at the first answer.
and
And
I held up the thing.
I got to secretly, your wife showed it to me, and the answer is person, woman.
or Lin-Manuel Noriega. That tends to
My
be.
son has
I have
a
to
thing
confess.
on his lawn. It says person, woman, man, vote Biden. It's a lawn
It's a
sign.
much better answer.
I need one of those.
Oh, thank you. It's so nice to see all of you together the way I'm supposed to.
It really is. It really is. What I'm going to do, though, actually, I don't even know how to begin this fairly, so
Just
that.
ask the questions, and the first one who yells it out gets it.
Oh, God.
Whoa. We can try that.
No, wait. No, wait.
I don't want it to be a free for all.
There are lags on here also. You just number us and give it.
I really don't.
Yeah.
I have no idea. So you know what? I'm gonna.
David,
Guy's face.
just
Raise your
number
hand.
us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just number us.
Well, yeah, but I want to make sure that because the questions, I want some randomness so that it's fair.
Well, close your eyes.
So let's see. So who's
Who
out?
cares about fair?
We got Cynthia. We got Lauren. We got
Stacy.
Leslie. So Cynthia, I think you go first, and also because you have seniority on the program.
Yes, but if it's a severe question, I will kill you.
It's not sports and it's not music.
Wait. I have a question. What happens if she doesn't get it? How do the rest of us zoom in on it?
I was thinking it was just going to be like a two. After that, it's a free for all. After that, I will say no. What I will do is 3, 2, 1, go, and the first voice I hear with the right answer will grab.
Oh, we all sound alike.
Whoa!
Because I'm like, how do you deal with all these contestants? Nobody has to. Two, I can.
Never done this before, David?
Not like this.
Not that way. But Jeopardy has 3 contestants on it. The first contestant.
Yes, but they have
But they have a
buzzers.
buzzer.
They have
We
buzzers.
don't have enough questions. Is the problem?
Yeah,
We want to pretend we have buzzers?
3 apiece.
They also had Alex Trebek.
Oh.
Ow.
Oh, Cynthia, I guess we
Cynthia,
lost
that's
our feed.
I didn't say that. He did. He said it. Blame the
Alex
Lauren Shub.
Alex has
What a
cancer.
shame. I think-
don't. I'll outlive him, and I'll keep doing this after he's gone.
I think Cynthia's battery just ran out. Oh.
She'll have to recharge her rabbit after the show. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
David, you know the contestant.
You all know what a rabbit is. So don't plug me.
You know the contestant who was playing against Isaac
Cynthia,
Newton
where did you go?
and
Cynthia,
Albert
where are
Einstein
you?
as- You ever see that cartoon? I can't remember.
You don't
Albert
have
Einstein's got 20,000 points and Newton's got 25,000 points and the guy's got 0. The other contestants who's just, and he's saying, Alex, I think my buzzer's not working.
All right, we've got 2 points apiece for the question. So I will ask the question. Cynthia will go first. If she gets it wrong, then I will do a 3, 2, 1 count, and the first person who raises a hand.
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
Rather than yelling out.
And I'll try
Okay,
and
fair enough.
Don't yell out, do we?
Yeah. Or
yelling
yell out,
at?
but don't yell out the answer. Yell out.
Have to use an emoji.
Yell out me. Well,
Are we doing hand or are we doing yelling?
well,
What are
you
we doing?
use your actual
Yes.
hand. Don't put up a digital hand. Use your actual hand to go up real quick. Okay.
Try it out, Lauren.
I'm putting up my
It
bear.
would take me 5 minutes to do a digital hand.
I'm doing my bear. Okay, my bear's gonna
Use your
be
rabbit
there.
instead. They're more effective. All right, here
Raise
we
your
go.
teddy bear.
Raise a dog.
I'm raising my
Raise your bear. Yeah, that's like pull your dog up by the collar. Lift a golf club. Oh,
Cynthia, this is for you. It's another bear.
Oh, that's
Where's
cute.
that from? Where'd you get that one, Leslie?
Bed Bath and Beyond. I don't know. There's no,
Raise a
there's no
baby.
story with this one.
All right.
I raised
Oh, you
bear.
got a oh, is that your kid? I hope.
My granddaughter.
Granddaughter, yay! So raise her up.
One of a set. She's one of a pair.
There's two.
Oh, mazel, mazel.
They're not twins,
You know
though.
how they were
Makes it
confused.
sound
Here
like
we
they're
go.
twins.
Yeah, I
Well,
know. She said
no, I
bear.
said that in
I
a
know.
way that
The turkey baster is actually raise the turkey baster instead. That'd be really cool.
Give Cynthia her question. Come on.
What's my question already?
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's pick on the host. Are we ready? We're all ready for our today-yesterday quiz. The year, Cynthia,
Yes.
and Jeff, is 1622. Promoted by the church today was this ambitious French cleric who had two goals that he pursued relentlessly and successfully: centralizing the power of the king and church and keeping down the Habsburg Empire. Name this real-life statesman who was also a character in the Three Musketeers. Okay. Nobody else answer. Cynthia, and I will read the question again. 1622 is the year. Promoted by the church today was this ambitious French cleric who had two goals. Those goals included centralizing the power of the king and the church and keeping down the Habsburg Empire. Name this real-life statesman who was also a character in the Three Musketeers. So hold on, Sin. We also want other. So I certainly see some hands raised already. And I don't know who among them already raised a hand, but
we all did.
so, but Cynthia and Jeff get this question first. Do you have
Social media shout out to Shy.
Oh, what?
Oh, I don't. Oh, we're not playing Cash Cab.
She's still in virtual reality, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no, we're here. This is a podcast, a video show. I'm your cousin. I'm Dave. And that's the question.
You can just imagine what.
Let her miss it so the rest of us can fight it out. Come on.
So I'm going to give a countdown now. So do an answer to that question. Oh,
You gave me a religion and theater question.
Play by the rules. Come on.
D'Artagnan.
5. Well, last time, 1622. Okay.
D'Artagnan.
French.
What?
D'Artagnan.
The answer is not D'Artagnan. So I don't know who raised first.
Shy did, I think.
Oh, Shy did. Shy.
Stacey and Al.
Oh.
And Stacey.
Wait a minute.
I mean, it was
Yeah, you
15
answered
minutes
the
ago when this
question
question
of who
started.
Was this
Yeah,
cleric?
but that was cheating.
What was it? Who is
Who is?
Richelieu?
And the answer is Cardinal Richelieu. It is.
Yay!
Richelieu beware.
So Stacey and Shaw, you get those 2 points.
Over my head, totally.
No more last, Joyce.
I want honorable mention.
Did you know, Lauren?
What?
You
Yeah,
knew?
Of course I knew.
Leslie knew. Everybody knew but me.
Oh,
Everybody who didn't get the question knew the answer.
Stacey gets 2.
Even this little girl knew.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh yeah, way to make a girl feel good. That really helps.
Well,
Yeah,
Stacey,
well, that's my
We're
sisters.
sisters. We're sisters.
That's what they do.
It's part of it. She'll know plenty of
They?
things.
well, Stacey made fun of me before. So
Where are you in
Sarah
the
just
hierarchy,
jumped on now.
Lauren?
I'm in the middle.
Oh, I like that you
Oh.
asked that. I'm the oldest.
Oh, okay. Because I'm the eldest of 4 people too, and
Ooh.
yeah.
All right.
So you can see the personalities, right?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
I think we're obvious,
what's my
oldest,
bell?
middle, youngest.
Your personality changes when they're on screen, just so you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I shut up.
Yep.
All right,
exactly.
I've lost the bell.
I was so surprised.
That's what we have to do? Oh, okay.
And this is what I've lived with.
Oh, here it is. I got it. I've got
Right.
it.
Wait, I'm totally confused. I'm like hearing half sentences.
All right. This
Yeah,
is
then I'm
the bell
going back
that says,
here.
kindly be quiet, everybody. Or this is for the Jews. This will be for, we have a couple of goyim in the house, so this is for you. All right.
Not until you get to Purim. That's for Purim. You don't need to.
Yeah, I don't know how Alex Trebek asks 60 questions in 20 minutes, and I get through one.
Because he doesn't have to write them, Dave. He doesn't have to write them.
You know,
he just has to read them.
Yeah.
No, we get the next.
You have to find them.
Oh, you know, that's true. That's true.
It's been an hour. We've done one question. I'm just pointing it out.
I want, you know, Guy's very talented. He's played all Asians. I've played Christians. It's unbelievable, but I have played Christians on stage and screen. It's amazing.
I've played Jews on stage and screen.
Wait,
right.
What Jews?
Yes, you have.
You have?
Yes.
Now that's funny.
That was a good role. I like that role.
Wait, what part did you play that was a Yid? Shy.
There was a movie called Kensho at the Bedfellow where I played a Korean converting to Judaism.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Everybody really, though, has to see Shy's YouTube of him playing every Asian in 60 seconds.
Oh, I love it.
Yes, it's 500 impression in 2 minutes, even though Cynthia just killed the joke. But
As she's wont to
I'm trying to
do.
push you here, Shy.
No,
Come on.
I appreciate it.
I messed it up a little.
The selection of the Pope. He does a bit on the selection of the Pope. That is,
That's a good one.
Esther, going back and forth.
All right, I've got to see it. We've got to see his.
Gotta see it.
YouTube page is.
I sent it. Yeah, you have to see it.
What are with these self-effacing people up in that apartment? What are this? They keep hiding
That's
themselves.
how we.
I do YouTube videos, so I don't have to see the reaction.
Give the place where we could see that, and then you didn't.
Well, anyway, let's get to the next question.
No, Dave, before you do that,
What?
You're going to give us where we could find that on YouTube under what?
Shyaporn. You weren't part of the first 15
Shy, S-H-Y.
He wants you to type it out.
H
porn.
Y.
No. Yes.
Shy a porn. Like you're missing one porn.
Porn? Is it horn or porn? Because
Porn.
Porn with a P.
It's people putting penises into other things. That's it. Shy porn.
We're just going for the maturity filter on Facebook at this point.
I'll try.
Okay.
Yeah.
We good?
I'll look you up if you look me up. There we go. Okay.
David, last time you did that nice little thing, or your wife probably did it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That's okay.
Lauren.
We can go to the second
Lauren
question.
put it up.
Posted that.
Lauren put it up. Thank you, Lauren.
Well, that was
Because Shy doesn't know how to spell his name yet, so we couldn't count on him to do it. He's working on it.
I don't know.
No, we can still hear you, Shy, even though you've got your hand over your mouth.
I know.
Just so you know, it's that projection, it comes out.
Okay, I think it's my turn.
No, wait, no.
Oh, you had a turn.
Leslie, hold on.
David, I go
everyone
next.
else
All
will
right,
know what the
everybody, shot. It's my turn.
It's Leslie's turn. Here we go. Leslie, the year was 1660. Did I even mention that all these things that happen, all the questions are based on events that happened on September 5th in history?
By the time you're done, it'll be the next day.
Not his fault. Go ahead.
1666 was the year. Okay, Leslie. After burning out of control for nearly 4 days, the Great Fire of London was finally being put out. This is a multiple choice. Which of these facts about the Great Fire is not a fact at all? Was it more than 2,000 people died on the first day alone? The fire started in a bakery. A Frenchman was hung for starting the fire, even though he didn't. Or just 10 years after the fire, 1 in every 10 homes had insurance. I'll read them again. And remember, you can put your hands.
I have to pick what didn't happen, the one thing that didn't happen?
The false thing. I'll read the question again.
Okay, go ahead.
1666 was the year. After burning out of control for nearly 4 days, the Great Fire of London was finally being put out. Which of these facts about the Great Fire is not true, is not a fact at all? Was it more than 2,000 people died on the first day alone? The fire started in a bakery. A Frenchman was hung for starting the fire, even though he did not, or
Not true.
just 10 years after the fire, 1 in every 10 homes had fire insurance.
I believe it's the last question about fire insurance. I don't think there was any such thing, but I could be very wrong.
All right, that's your final answer?
Yep.
Okay, we have Lauren to steal because that was not the correct answer. They did. That was the thing. They as soon as that happened.
Really did. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right.
Lauren had a hand up way early.
Early to steal. This is purely a guess. I knew fire insurance was true, but I don't. I think it's that a Frenchman was hung.
Who wants to steal from Lauren? I see Cynthia's hand.
Well, now that 2 answers, it's 50-50. So I'm going with A. 2,000 people died the first day. Look at
Is the correct answer. Yes, Cynthia got that one. As a matter of fact, as horrible and big as the fire was, only 6 people died in the whole fire that whole time.
2 points for
That's
Cynthia?
2 points for Cynthia, yeah. So,
Fire insurance.
A Frenchman, they got him to confess.
I was surprised. I thought it was the insurance, Leslie.
Yeah.
I really didn't think there was any such thing, to be honest with you.
I thought until MetLife came around, you know, they're just.
Exactly.
That's
Before
when
there
that
was
life came
peanuts,
around.
there was no insurance.
It was Met Death, and then they said, oh, yeah, maybe we can.
Oh. Everybody groaned loudly.
I need press for the law alert in the previous segment. That's what I need. All right, we've got a 2-2 game here, even though it's not about ballet.
Among the sisters yet. Wow.
Sorry about that. All right. We now are moving clockwise, which means that it's time for Shy and Stacey to answer this next question. And remember, as soon as you think you might know the answer, you get that hand up first.
Oh, even while they're answering.
Yeah,
Ah.
I have sussed that in my mind. I thought.
Yes, okay, misunderstood that. Go ahead.
I'm making up the rules as I go along, but now.
We're making up the answers as we go along. Go ahead.
Well, no, you're committed things, and if you get that hand up before I even say anything, here we go. 1698. This is for Shy and Stacey. 1698 is the year. Even the IRS didn't think of this. Peter the Great of Russia put a tax on something really bizarre today. Was it? Is a multiple choice. Playing music on a string instrument, glass eyes, speaking French in public, or growing a beard? I'll read the question again. Cynthia,
well, we also watch The Great on Hulu.
The Great what?
The Great.
Have you seen the series The Great?
Oh, you saw it. I never saw it. Oh, so
I'll let you answer
again,
it.
but it sounds like you guys will be ready to answer it. But for folks
another one.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Wait, we have someone else to answer it.
No, except Peter the Great was his father.
Guy, where are you?
Ah.
So we were only able to eliminate beards because it was his son apparently that outlawed beards in Russia.
All right. So what was going to be your?
No, we're saying we're just able to eliminate beards.
Beards. Oh, right.
Because
You said you know the answer.
apocryphally his son.
I say glass.
How
we
many
could say
people
maybe
are
it's
allowed
beard.
to
Maybe
play
they
in
took
any one
artistic
pod? I'm just
license
curious.
and transferred it to the son.
Yeah, she's just a kid.
Yes.
So I'm going to answer for you guys.
Yeah.
So which one is it? It's I haven't read the question twice yet. I'll give.
I forgot the answers.
Well, here we go. Here's the multiple choice. Peter the Great of Russia, 1698 was the year. Even the IRS didn't think of taxing this. Was it playing a music on a string instrument, glass eyes, speaking French in public, or growing a beard? So I need an answer from Stacey and Shy.
We say beard.
Give those 2 people 2 wonderful points. It was taxing. You threw me there because it sounded like you were discounting beards. I missed.
That's what I thought.
Well, in the show on Hulu about Catherine the Great, they attribute the beard ban to Peter the Great's son.
We thought it was a trick question.
So.
Oh, so yeah. No,
I thought it was beard
we know that.
because
Oh.
they would make more money that way. How many people had glass eyes or were speaking French in the street?
A lot of people were speaking French.
Yeah, it wasn't about even making money. It was about trying to Europeanize rather
Yes.
than
That's right, modernize, yes.
Yeah.
Ah, I thought it was like our government trying to make money.
Mhm. And amazingly enough, he was not the first government or place to make tax on beers. It wasn't even his original idea. Somebody had done like 100 years ago in another country. So there you go. A hairy question there for, I know, it's not even, well, I'm grooming you all for the next question, which goes to.
Oh, even worse.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that was good. That was
My
good.
cousin. Here we go. But this one is for Lauren and her invisible golfer husband. Here we go.
Jamie, get ready.
Since well, Leslie's going in alone. Cynthia has Jeff, so it's a little fair. If you want to ask the dog, Lauren, you can.
I have the bear. The bear whispers us the answers to me. That's how that works.
She does have a bear.
Somebody thought that I had a recorder in my bears.
Oh,
funny.
No, you're.
If I thought of it, but I didn't. So
You're very serious.
Yeah, if she whispers to the bear, Siri, tell
the bears whisper to me, and I have the
yeah. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is the question for Lauren. The year is 1774. Okay, and remember, you get to raise a. Are you now? Keep your hands down, by the way, until you're ready to raise them.
She's older, but I don't think she was there then.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
I said I have a chance. It was 1774.
Today in Carpenter's Hall, delegates from 12 British colonies began meetings that would last nearly 2 months. These meetings are better known as. Right, so I see.
Constitutional Congress.
Are you going with that answer?
Yeah. Well, wait. Is it a choice?
No. It's not.
All right, I'm going with that.
Well, you're
I feel
kind
like
of
I think it wrong.
I'll give you a point for this one. I'll give Lauren 1 point, but Cynthia, you consider part of it.
I think the word was convention.
Yeah.
You don't get to steal. Do we see any other?
What's the question? We missed the question.
All right, well, I'll do the question again. Here we go.
It wasn't the Constitutional Convention.
Today, 1774, Carpenter's Hall. Delegates from 5 British colonies began meetings that would last nearly 2 months. These meetings are better known as tick tock, tick tock. No one gonna steal or try and steal?
I have my bear.
Oh, you're holding the bear. I'm so sorry. I'm thinking you're just holding the bear because
it's cold.
No, I keep the bear down when I'm not using it for the.
So Cynthia Steele, go. I'm not Cynthia. Leslie. Leslie Steele.
Leslie, go for it.
I don't remember what she said. First of all, what did you say?
I
please,
said
Lauren?
Constitutional Convention.
Right, got that. What did you
And
say,
I said
Lauren?
Constitutional Congress.
I believe it was the Continental Congress.
Oh my God, of course it was the Continental Congress.
That's right. Let's do the Continental. Leslie gets a point.
There was no
Neither word right.
Constitution.
Why do I only get 1 point? I got it right. Why do I only get 1 point?
Because Lauren got 1.
I got 1
Oh,
point.
okay, all right. I didn't realize. It's hard to hear. I'm sorry.
You split the vote.
And Stacey
Got
gets 1.
Okay.
Oh, Lauren gets.
At least I'm on the board. What can I say?
I can't keep track of these things.
I should have like 12 negative points by now.
All right. Next question in our yesterday quiz here on Dave's Gone By. Since we're going in order, we get back to Cynthia. Okay, Cynthia and Jeff, the invisible Jeff behind the palm tree. Here we go.
He's there. Oh, I guess.
He's
Well, you
surfing.
rolled in.
Comes in from the surf. He's surfing around. He's surfing the web. All right. 1793 is the year. 1793. Cynthia and Jeff is the year. And remember, everybody else, when you think you know an answer, pop your hand up. French politician Bertrand Barrère made a strong speech at the National Convention, and his themes were taken up a year later by Robespierre. What word summed up the overriding theme of both of their speeches? This is a multiple choice. Was it religion, patience, happiness, terror?
What was the last word?
Again. All right, and I see a hand. I see. Oh,
Leslie was first, but what was, she
Leslie,
was.
I'll read the question again. Leslie gets the deal.
I couldn't hear the fourth choice.
I will say it again.
Terroir.
1793, French politician Bertrand Barère made a strong speech at the National Convention, and his themes were later taken up by Robespierre. What word summed up the overriding theme of both of their speeches? Was it religion, patience, happiness, terror? I think, well, Leslie had her bare hand up.
I get to try first.
Go ahead, Cynthia.
Cynthia gets the dibs. It's Cynthia's question. And you can go, Cyn.
That was it, D, letter D.
Oh, letter D, you're going with terror?
Yeah.
Get your umbrellas out. It was a reign of terror.
But Lauren, you can't yell out even in French the answer. That's not.
No, in French, I actually said terroir.
I know you did, but
that's not terror.
I know.
That's okay because I don't hear.
And I was, no, she said
I did.
I didn't yell. I gave a French word that was not the right word.
Doesn't matter.
Lauren. Okay, Lauren, no yelling.
Play by the rules.
It's
no
just
yelling.
confusing.
I wasn't
sorry.
giving the answer.
What I thought was happening.
Nobody else yells out during somebody else's question. That's a rule.
Leslie, she said I didn't.
It doesn't matter what you said.
No, I said I didn't hear the fourth choice.
She didn't, Leslie.
That's all she was doing.
Give the answer.
Yeah.
You know there's no prize for winning.
Cynthia didn't hear the question.
I understand. I'm sorry. I thought something else was happening. Forgive me.
Okay.
I have a suspicious nature. And I'm
She's trying to help her hearing impaired
I have a
sister.
suspicious nature and I'm sitting here all by myself. So, you know, it happens. Crazy old lady. What can I say?
All right. Let's count up the points right now. To my mind, Stacey has 4. Oh, thank you, Beth. So Stacey so far has 4, Lauren has 1, Cynthia has 4, and Leslie Hoban Blake has 1. All right, and I believe the next question goes to Leslie.
Leslie.
Our volatile contestant. Here we go.
And Bear.
And Bear.
And Bear.
And remember, Hun, what would really be helpful for me also is if you can kind of keep an eyeball on who raises a hand first, because I'm reading. Yeah, it's very tough for me to do that.
I'm delayed. I'm also delayed, so I can't.
She's also delayed. Yikes! All right, I will try and keep an eye out while I'm reading. So I'll keep one eye on the paper.
What you should do is have the person answer when they're done answering, then call for hands.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But then
the way
and all the hands will go
better. You know what? Oh my God! Look at that! I love that, Cynthia. No, what we were doing was better because somebody is always looking to see whose hand is first. That Cynthia was very good at that.
All right, so I'm trusting you guys to self-assess since you're watching.
Yeah, we're honest.
Yeah, there we go. So this question, I believe, is for Leslie, correct?
It was, yes.
There we go.
It still is.
Thank you, Cyn.
1836 is the year, 1836. Before it was annexed as a state, Texas fought off Mexico and became its own republic. On this date, who was elected, and by the way, I see Cynthia's hand already. On this date, who was elected the first president of this republic, who would later become its governor and senator? So I see Cynthia first and Lauren second.
May I?
It is Leslie. I'm going to read the question again for our folks at home.
She knows it already. Oh,
she knows it already, but I want everybody else playing at home to have time. Yeah, it's not Lin-Manuel Noriega.
Well, that was going to be my answer. What? Now I'm stuck.
1836. Before it was annexed as a state, Texas fought off Mexico and became its own republic. So on this date, who was elected the first president of this republic, and he would later become its governor and its senator? Leslie Hoban Blake, may we have your answer?
Sam Houston, whom we in New York call Houston.
I was going to use that joke. Very good.
Oh.
Very good.
Yes,
Lauren,
indeed.
if there's a joke, I know it. That's how old I am.
Leslie, Hoban.
Not that this is who's the oldest number here, but you know.
By the way, that was a correct. Well, congratulations. So that was the correct
Thank
answer.
you very much.
Well done.
I liked him a lot. He was a really good guy. He danced well. He was fun.
How do you know he danced well? How did you have a cut
She
of
says she knew him.
Oh, well, yeah,
President
all right.
of Texas.
He missed the joke on that
I
one.
know he did. If you have to explain them, you know, they're not funny.
I know, they just lose it totally.
I know.
Nobody in this room is that old, not even me.
Thank you, Dave. See, you have to fish so hard to get anything out of this man. It's just.
Thank you so much. Are we ready? Yeah, we're ready. And by the way, fish is the appropriate term for Leslie, who back in the day went under the name Leslie Fish when she was on To Tell the Truth, and that was your maidenish. No, your mother's. What the? Where does fish come?
That was
Maidenish.
my ex-husband's name.
Oh, your ex-husband. All right, there you go. Oh.
Which is your maiden name?
My maiden name was Schwartzman.
Okay.
Oh, you married a Yiddle. I did not know this.
No.
Her maiden name.
His name was Pennsylvania Dutch, and he was Episcopalian come Buddhist.
Pennsylvania
You wanna
Dutch is a
hear
weird
this
name for a
story?
guy. Yeah.
No.
If you go in London, fish is a well-known old English name. Not that this has anything to do with anything. My father was Jewish, so that's where the name Schwartzman came.
That's the only reason we're letting you on the show. If
They took me on the show to make a joke out of my last name, and I won $166, so I let them make the joke.
The only reason we're letting Shy in is because we're Jewish and we eat Chinese food, and we know.
Well, Asians are carved.
I know. I'm kidding. By the way, what?
I'm waiting to see when you finally explode. I don't know how much of this you take before you actually, go off.
He's not Chinese, but it's Asian, so
He's
you're
one on
close.
TV.
I'm hashtagged as we speak. People are like, stop this man immediately. I mean nothing by it, Shy. I know you're angry. But
No. I say whenever we Asians participating in Jewish events, it's okay because Asians are carved.
Yeah. Except when you guys eat cats. No, I can't.
Now we're over the edge.
We're back.
Yeah.
I missed what he
it's
said
okay.
totally.
Shy, it's okay.
Type it to me,
Now you're the
Stacey.
majority. It's Stuyvesant, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool. All right, we have our next question. By the way, it is a little after noon.
Midnight.
Midnight, wasn't it?
Like
You
it.
didn't say midnight.
Noon-ish on this Saturday morning. It is September 5th, 2020. I'm Dave Lefkowitz, and you are watching the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the Stream, featuring my darling and wonderful wife, Joyce, featuring Potato, featuring Chicken, featuring Pooey. We love Pooey. And, of course, family and friends here, which include Lauren. Lauren just realized that she is sharing the screen with a piece of shit.
Yes.
I mean,
And
she
Mr.
knew that
Bowie.
as soon as I went on the
I'm
air.
calling my agent. Get me out of this gig.
Lauren Shub up on our corner.
Program is not equity.
There's no equity at all. We got below her Stacey Shub and her long time. What do you call it? Partner, boyfriend? What's the term that you use? Your significant what?
Insignificant other. No, that didn't work.
No, that's not.
Therapist.
Significant Asian. What are you? What would be your thing?
No, that's her daughter.
Yes. Are there other Asians in the room?
This is healthcare proxy.
your
That's
head in.
good.
Come here.
Well, anyway,
There's one more Shub you forgot.
There's
And
one
she-
more Shub.
Wait, who the hell are you? Hello.
That's
That is
Stacey's
significant.
daughter.
Oh, Mitt Mazel. Hello, Stacey's daughter.
Her name is
At
Sky.
college, but not physically in college because you can't be. Is that the deal, or what's the deal?
She's a
Last
senior.
year-
One more
Thank
year.
you, Cynthia. I can't. This is.
Well, you're
can't
shy.
say no question.
You're shy when he's
Daughter.
not.
That is Sky is a senior, rising senior in high school. And contrary to what you might believe, no, she's not our love child. But
Oh, was your hate child? Well, somebody
Yes.
put holes in your condom and she was
Sometimes,
what do you mean?
sometimes.
Sky said yes.
Yes, she's their hate child.
The quiz people are waiting.
Oh yeah, the quiz people are waiting for more questions, but I'm telling everybody that is Shy and Stacey on your left. On the right is Cynthia and her invisible longtime husband.
See
Jeff.
their names on the
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, we could be in any order.
Bang!
And my longtime friend and theater critic,
Blacktooth?
Leslie Hoban Blake.
Whitetooth.
On the back.
Sophie Sales. I got it. I loved him.
Thank you.
Not at all.
I think Stacey's too young.
I
Is
met him
Leslie
when he
in
was
New
very,
York?
very old.
Leslie, are you in New York?
I am. Yeah.
I'm in California.
Oh, how lovely.
I'm in San Francisco, so it's only 9 a.m. now. I am so punchy from getting up
sweetie.
at
Oh
6
my
for
God, for you to get up for this. And Stacey, are you here in New York?
Yes, we're down at the South Street Seaport.
Oh, and I'm in Hell's Kitchen. I'm right on
Okay.
the water in Hell's Kitchen.
And Cynthia and Jeff, you will be in Arizona, but right now you're still on Long Island. Am I
We're
correct?
still on Long Island.
Right.
So Stacey, well, you won't have a big trip to Leslie's Park.
Oh, that's right. I'm invited, right? Aren't you having like some party on the roof or something? I don't know.
Sure, why
We were
not?
talking last week.
Just
Yeah.
whatever you say.
No,
I'd
no,
be
no,
delighted-
Leslie, you were
I'd be
you're
delighted to
saying,
have-
hold it.
Hey, no kidding. We have an outdoor thing, and I'd be delighted to throw some wine and cheese together, and we'll do it. You know.
All right.
I
Yeah,
got
we did it.
just bring this
That's
stuff.
what
It's a
we did.
Malbec.
It depends on who wins.
Oh yeah, the winner throws the party. There you go.
The winner has gotten nothing so far. In any of the games
I
I've
still
played.
haven't gotten my balloon.
I wanted a belt.
Listen, Jeff.
I was hoping for a belt at one point. Go ahead. I know a belt. He's gonna
I'm okay.
not a bell, but okay, never mind.
Maybe a potato. Never
He's gonna
happened.
hold up the bottle
No,
again.
not at all.
This could go on for days. We did it with
Yeah.
three.
You know, we could win. Is the
I
next
will
question.
say it's nice that we have 5 on the 5th. That may mean something. I don't know.
The winner can get, oh, not him, but one of these. I like him too much. He stays. This is retarded tomato. Here we go.
Oh,
This is regular tomato. He's regular. He has goiter, but he's
I'm
got
sorry.
retarded.
I have to cover Bear's ears. He's too young for this. You
I
know.
know. I know.
It's really. It's getting terrible.
Getting, Leslie?
I'm
Getting?
sorry. Yes. No, it started out that way with Shy, and it's just going down, 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 down.
Is that your
It's
son
like
or
a
daughter? I honestly
declension
can't
of a
tell.
lap.
Yeah, I'm covering my granddaughter's.
Oh, I love
Granddaughter,
Pinocchio. I love
granddaughter.
And did you look? Did you see his nose actually?
Oh my goodness.
What do you
It
have
actually-
to push to make that happen? I'm afraid to ask. What portion of his anatomy has to be touched for that to happen?
Yeah. I guess he's
Sorry.
got there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing our TASA quiz.
That'll learn you to have 5 people on, Dave.
My God.
Lost control.
So who's next? I believe Shy and Stacey are next in terms of the question.
I have
We'll
no
go with
idea.
that, Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Sin went, so you're right. 'Cause, yeah, I'm last.
Well,
So
yeah, no, we're going clockwise order.
Yes.
On
We're all
So
time
what,
left.
what, out of curiosity, what question are we up
Our
to?
screens.
We're question where I don't even know what the hell. We have 1, 2.
Where he says you are is
We're
not
way
where it is.
through. We're gonna be
This
here
is-
until 3:00 in the afternoon.
Question 6. So in the third hour, we'll finish up.
So this is question 7 out of 12. Here we go.
Really?
Oh my God.
7?
The year, Shy and Stacey. The year is 1882. Tuesday morning, September 5th, 1882. 10,000 people marched from City Hall to Union Square in New York. Who were they, and what was the occasion? I'll answer.
1882?
Nothing happened during the Civil War on September 5th?
I'll read the
Jumped
question
over it.
again. Is Cynthia?
No, this is
pulling up that
Stacey's
one?
and Shy's question.
I know.
So 1882, people
Tuesday
marched from
morning.
Tammany Hall to Union Square.
Right. Who were they, and what was the occasion? Okay.
Celebration.
Who had the hand?
And
I
not-
believe Leslie had the hand up first. Then we got Lauren, and then Cynthia. And
I think
The
Leslie
internet
was before
guys.
me.
Right,
Leslie
Leslie
had
first,
it before me.
yeah. But it is first before anybody can steal. We have to give the chance to answer to Shy and to Stacey. So
Why do you get hung up on my name? You seem to remember his name. You don't remember?
Because I got 4 women and he's the only Shy. And it's easy to remember.
Just say Shub 3.
It's because it's an Israeli name. That's why.
Much even worse. Trust me.
And your name is written there. I don't get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, your name is true.
Well, we could just say the
Can I have a
claimant.
guess?
Does Sky have a guess? Sky, anything?
She said unless the New Yorkers really cared about the Chinese Exclusion Act, which she doubts they did.
Kind of doubt. Yeah. No, it wasn't the Chinese Exclusion Act or
Good guess, though, Sky. Good guess.
Right?
Sky couldn't pull something out of the blue. Get it? Harassment. But what is your guys, or was that your answer?
Was that her guess?
We don't really have.
Got your chance. We get the steal time.
Labor Day, was it the laborers? Was it
Labor, something with labor union.
With laborers?
Yes.
Labor Day.
Yeah.
That was my guess.
So who got that? You guys, right?
Stacey.
Yeah.
Nathan and Shy. Yes, it was laborers. It was.
Really? Because of Labor Day?
Third in line to steal. That was going to be my guess. So.
Well, yeah, they're winning. Well, they also have 3 people there.
2.5.
But that was just based on the holiday. We thought we were shooting in the dark with that one.
But that was the very first Labor Day holiday. That was the thing.
Yeah.
They all marched from.
I remember it. I was there.
Wait, is this the anniversary of Asian Exclusion Act?
No, it's the anniversary of Labor Day.
No, but that was it also?
It was just a good
No,
day.
I don't think it was specifically September 5th. I think it was 1882 or
No, it was Tuesday, September 5th, 1882, and it was later on that they moved Labor Day Mondays to give.
Yes.
That's true.
Cynthia's asking a different question.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to exclude the Asians, but I guess I can.
It was also Asian exclusion. And I believe Shai said, no, that was ongoing.
Got it.
Is that
Yes,
correct?
it was ongoing.
No, because the Chinese Exclusion Act was signed in 1882 because of years of like Chinese.
How the hell would you know that? Are you Chinese? Wait, you're
Asian.
not Chinese. How would you know that?
She's Chinese.
Sky's Chinese,
I got it.
Guys,
and I'm
So how would
Asian,
you know that on top
and
of
have to
the
deal with the.
1882? Well, maybe. I guess that'd be a thing you would know.
Somebody's a history
Like I
Yeah.
remember 9/11/2001. I remember that was the year 2001. Yeah. What is Sky? What is she studying? What's her major?
I'm in high school.
She's
hello. Hi. So what's your
Hi.
what's your best subject? What do you love teaching most?
teaching.
Teaching?
I'm
Learning.
sorry. It's 3 hours in. You guys do this for 3.5 hours.
We have been.
Sky, I'm curious. Did you learn that in school, or is that a fact that you learned on your own?
Good question.
Just in school.
Well, I'm amazed that they're even teaching this now, because I used to teach thousands of years ago, and we had so little on any different groups within the syllabus at all. So where do you go to school?
I go to a school. It's called Millennium High School. It's down near Wall Street.
now
Is it
Millennium
a charter
is
school or is it a
95%
public
Chinese.
school?
It is
Which?
Public.
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 Well, my compliments to whoever puts the syllabus together.
What I want to know though is also behind. Is that another relative of mine? Behind you? Is that another?
Yes, she
yes.
is a cousin.
Is it really? Yeah.
the cousin, yeah.
Muskowitz, I guess would be the.
She's your third cousin.
Is it really? Yeah.
No, it's not Muskowitz, it's Kauplin.
Oh.
Oh.
That was
And
utterly
it's only
terrible.
9 o'clock in the morning over there. Listen to that. Wow.
That was an adoptee, so it doesn't really.
We lost Sky with that.
And with that,
You know, it takes guts to stay in after that. It really
Yes.
It does. It does. It does.
Takes guts to come back every week, too.
Yeah, and yet I still do it. All right, here we go. Here's time for the next question.
Yeah, let's see who
Yeah,
comes back next week, then we'll know.
Right. So we have the next question goes to Lauren. Hello, Lauren, the actress. Here we go.
let's see if I can get anything right.
Well, I think you have a couple of points.
You got Kauplin, my God.
Do you?
Lauren has 1 point.
Alfred
You have
was
1
good.
point. Oh dear. All right.
We'll start giving points for good jokes better.
Ah,
Then we never get anything on this program. Here we go.
but we get points.
1916 is the year, Lauren. 1916. D.W. Griffith Oh, this is good. You're an artsy person.
I got it.
Director of Birth of a Nation.
Oh.
Wait, Cynthia's already raising a hand. Wow.
Oh, Shy was before me.
Shy was before you.
I think Leslie.
And Leslie.
Well, who first?
Me. I think Leslie got that one.
I haven't heard the question yet.
Right, that's the problem with this early hand thing. D.W. Griffith, director of Birth of a Nation, followed up that box office smash with this lavish epic that cross-cut from ancient Babylon to biblical Judea to Renaissance era France to modern America. Name that long flick. Okay, so this is.
Oh my God, I should be shot.
I know this movie. Oh, it's not my turn.
Shush. It's not you. It's not
Sorry. Sorry.
So this is Lauren.
Around the World in 80 Days.
Is that your fact? Because I want to read the question.
Good answer.
1916, D.W. Griffith, the director of Birth of a Nation, followed
Thank
up
you, Shy.
I thought that was going to be the answer.
Do you want that to be your final answer?
Yeah, Around the World in 80 Days. That's my final answer.
Well, for the folks at home, I want to say that it was D.W. Griffith's movie after Birth of a Nation, and it was a big epic that cross-cut between ancient Babylon, biblical Judea, Renaissance.
Actually, I'm going to say the Ten Commandments, but that makes no sense either.
Well, you're thinking epics. Unfortunately, you're thinking epically wrong. So,
yeah, I am.
The steal? Who was it? Was it Leslie or? Be honest with me. Who had the hand up?
Leslie was, and then Shy.
I was second. I think either Shy or Sin had a hand up.
Oh, then it's Shy.
Then Shy and.
Shy, you put a hand up, right?
Stacy.
I know that's written right there. Yeah. Shy and Stacy are trying to steal. Do you want to steal? What would be the answer to the question?
What is intolerance?
I don't know. What is intolerance? You would know. You're Chinese. You faced it.
It's the second film by D.W. Griffith.
And the answer is correct. The movie was Intolerance.
How many in this group have seen it?
Ironically named.
How many in this group have actually seen Intolerance?
Oh.
They're winning.
They're showing it at NYU Film School. Oh, yeah.
Very good. I got to go watch it now.
But what's interesting and what I learned from Wiki is we were told when we saw the movie that Birth of a Nation was this enormous box office smash, and that Intolerance was so ridiculously expensive that it bankrupted D.W. Griffith. It ruined him. It was a flop. It wasn't a flop. He actually broke even and made some okay money. It just was a disappointment compared to Birth of a Nation. I literally just found that out yesterday. So you live, you learn.
The Hand That Rocked the Cradle. That's the famous interstitial thing. This old woman rocking a cradle as intolerance goes from one group to another, you know?
So we got Stacey and Shy running right away with this game here, but you guys can still get to it now. Cynthia and Jeff, Cynthia's swigging away at her Malbec. What were you drinking from? What the hell was that?
My water bottle.
What?
Oh my God! Was it a keg?
Black Lives Matter water
bottle.
Where's the big one?
A sleeve. No, with scotch. What do you care? It's a water bottle.
Oh, it stays cold.
It's a dildo for the Green Giant. Oh my God! Don't know.
I don't know. Let's
Sky is just run onto the porch.
On that, I think it's my turn.
Oh, sorry, Sky.
Shy, could you edit Dave's scripts from now on?
No.
For those who are interested, Stacy, the school calendar just came out.
Why is anybody interested?
What? Like this minute, it came out on a Saturday?
Just came out just now.
What did?
School calendar.
Who dropped it?
On the
Dropped
school
Who
calendar.
dropped the school calendar on a Saturday? On the Labor Day weekend?
The DOE.
I know. Unbelievable. Are you a teacher also, Stacy?
Keep going. I think.
Yeah.
No, me? Just Cynthia. No,
No,
I'm in sales.
You what?
I'm
No,
a
but her daughter goes to
thespian
school.
myself, so I settled on
I'm
sales.
sorry. Okay.
I
I
think
didn't say there were a bunch of actors. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Because like 3 or 4 of us here are
famously
teachers
said,
have taught.
Cynthia has taken one for the team.
No, I do acting. I just make money at it. That's all.
Here we go.
Hey, and I do comedy
There are no
5 days a
fallback
week.
jobs anymore. There's no fallback fact, there are no restaurants open, so you got to make money of that.
There you go.
That's the way that-
All right, next question and this question will now go to Cynthia and Jeff.
No, I get a question.
Yeah.
Wait, no, we're doing clockwise.
Yes,
No.
you just did Lauren, now it's me.
Already did Cynthia and Jeff's question in this round.
What?
We're up to Leslie.
You started with Cynthia and Jeff, you
Yeah,
end
in
with
this
me.
round, you started with Cynthia. Leslie is correct. Give her 2 points.
Thank you. I like the way you think.
I have no idea. It doesn't matter to me. All right. So who's? I'm just going around and around in a circle. What
Yes,
happened?
but you haven't gotten to me. I
think
put
you
the there
skipped
up,
her.
and she knew the and they knew the answer.
Oh, all right. So, maybe that's it. All right. Sorry. So the next question does go to Leslie. Yes.
I think we need
We
Joyce.
say yes.
There we go. 1946.
Majority rule. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
1946 is the year. Fresh out of the service, this ball player played his first major league game for the Cardinals. He wasn't good enough to stay with any team for long, but he became a popular sportscaster, game show host, and longtime member on the Today Show. Because he also hosted several Westminster Kennel Club competitions, he was parodied by Fred Willard in Best in Show.
How many hints you giving?
That host. This is
Yeah.
Leslie's question. Leslie's question.
Jeff knows.
No, I know.
And Cynthia had her hand up before.
Yeah,
Laura.
she's ahead of me.
But Leslie gets the question.
One more
which I will
time.
do again.
One more time, David.
It's such a long question.
Just give me the answers again.
Okay. 1946 is the year. Fresh out of the service, this ball player played his first major league game today for the Cardinals. He wasn't good enough to stay with any team for long, but he became a sportscaster, game show host, longtime member of the Today Show team, and he also hosted several Westminster Kennel Club competitions. And he was parodied, therefore, by Fred Willard in the movie Best in Show.
You're not allowed to tell me what the television show was, right? What the quiz show was?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Part of the question.
Okay. I honestly don't know. It's not Dave Garroway because he was the head of the Today Show. I don't know sportscasters except for Red Barber. Joe DiMaggio got out of the service, but he was already playing, so I don't know.
That's good enough to.
Red Barber, fabulous, in the catbird seat.
So we got a Leslie with a no, which means Cynthia and Jeff can still name
I know
that
she knows who it is.
host.
Joe Garagiola.
Is the correct answer.
I knew who he was. I
met him.
Have all that stuff.
Of course you did.
No, but I mean, I remember
That was
seeing him
stolen
on
by
television,
No,
but I
Stacey
forgot
said
his
she
name.
met him.
Oh,
So I
I'm
said,
sorry.
of course you did.
Okay.
Three more.
Did you meet
I've met
everybody?
no one but my sisters who've met everybody else.
Well, that's 2 degrees of separation.
That's about it.
Oh, I'm 2 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon.
Wait,
And I'm 3.
How is that happening? How?
Okay, I was in a play. Actually, I guess it's 3. I was in a play playing the sister of Debbie Rush. You know,
Debbie
Leslie
Rush.
Debbie,
Yeah, I remember,
Debbie
yeah.
Rush. Okay, that summer, after we did our play, Debbie Rush played the sister of Meryl Streep in Taming of the Shrew, which was Meryl Streep in Shakespeare in the Park, which was really her her professional debut. She was amazing. And then she was in, Meryl Streep was in that River Wild movie with
Kevin Bacon. Very good.
Oh, wow. So
I interviewed Kira Sedgwick. Does it count if I interviewed Kira Sedgwick?
Oh, yeah. Oh, so
there you go. Yes,
you're wondering. A cover
So
story.
I'm
of Kira
3
Sedgwick.
degrees and 3 degrees.
But Kevin wasn't there, so I mean.
It doesn't matter. You're
That's
2
very
degrees, Leslie.
Everybody is. You know that. Everybody is.
Kira
Somebody
has
bought a
met
sandwich
him.
Okay.
on the street from his.
Kira has met
sister.
Kevin, so you're 1 degree.
All right, here we go. Next question. And by the way, congratulations to Cynthia for stealing
Yes, very good.
that question from Leslie. But yeah, you guys can we still got a couple more questions. We are circular, right? So now we get back to Stacey and Shy, right?
No, now we get back to Cynthia.
Cynthia.
How the hell is it going not
I just stole it. Now it's my turn.
No, that's not how it works.
No,
No.
but she
I
needs
said-
help now.
This is now my turn. That wasn't.
Stacey, Lauren, me. Am I right, guys? Cynthia, Stacey, Lauren, me. Is that not the way it
Exactly
goes?
right. Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
You might have, Dave, you might have changed it, but the last.
No, I've been going by my screen. My screen says
Everyone's screen is different.
Cynthia, Leslie, Stacy.
We're all in
According to what
different
I was around,
positions.
look.
I'm next to you on my screen, Dave.
You've been going by my screen.
Dave, we've been tricking you.
We've moved.
We've all.
Watch, I'm going to switch with Lauren now.
So who's next?
Lauren, you move.
I'm now in Stacy's apartment. She's in, yeah.
So who's next? Just tell me who's next.
Cynthia. Cynthia's next.
Cynthia's next. All right, Cynthia and Jeff are next.
Jeff, where are you?
Yeah, nice.
1957
Get
is
back in here.
She's
I'm
the
beginning
official
to think
screamer
he's part of the
this group.
background, Sin, that he doesn't really exist. He's really just part of that background, that virtual background.
This is going to be Cynthia asking the palm tree question. So
I think Bob will be back from golf soon.
Yeah, right. By the time we get
18
through this,
holes,
Bob
but I think he'll be back.
All right, here we go. 1957 is the year for Cynthia and Palm Tree. Published today by Viking Press is a oh, there he is. There he is. Published by Viking Press is a semi-autobiographical novel. Leslie, you're holding up your bear already. Written in 3 weeks and typed out in one continuous reel. One critic called it, quote, a book of broken dreams and failed plans. Name that book. It would be Leslie to steal, but Cynthia and Jeff get the question.
Multiple choice?
1957 was the year. Viking Press published a semi-autobiographical novel, which was written in 3 weeks and typed out in one continuous reel. One critic called it a book of broken dreams and failed plans. Can you name that book? Oh my God, I've never had it so quiet. Well, Leslie gets first.
Leslie knows.
And then I just saw
Leslie knows.
Stacey. But I need an answer from Cynthia and Jeffrey Kirsch. So, Sin, can we get an answer to the question?
The Bible. We have no.
What is the Bible? No, it wasn't quite the Bible. So we have a hand from Leslie Hoban Blake to try and steal the question.
It was a Bible for a certain group of people. It was on the road. Do I get a point for the author as well?
No, you don't get a point, but if you know the book, you know the
Jack
author.
Kerouac. Jack Kerouac.
Yeah. Jack
And it
Kerouac.
was written on this continuous reel of paper, and we did a show based on it. And so we strung one continuous roll of papers as the set. It was, just around the furniture and whatnot. It was magnificent. And it starred, oh, fuck me. It was,
Did he?
well,
No.
that too.
Just giving up my title of cursing.
Who was the woman? Wait. Who was the older actress in Midnight Cowboy?
Sylvia
Oh,
Miles?
Sylvia
It
Sims.
starred Sylvia Miles as the mother.
Sylvia
Thank you.
Miles, I mean.
It starred Sylvia Miles as the mother.
But who is he? Who was Jack? Who played,
I don't remember.
Story?
I don't get a math question in here.
You're in the wrong show, Cynthia.
I have no idea
I
who's
need
winning.
something I know.
Yeah, give her a math question.
On the road
fair.
is
I don't know
very,
Okay, here's the scores.
fairly well known. Let's say
If
it's
anybody's keeping track, well, we're trying to keep track. Stacey and Shy have 8 and tie. Lauren has, is it 1 + 1 or 1? Lauren has 1. Lauren.
Yeah, I'm doing lousy.
Well, actresses.
We read other
Cynthia and Jeff have 6, and Leslie Hoban Blake, you've got 5. So, it's still tight.
It's anybody's game.
Yes, here we go.
It's
I'm
tight.
losing to my baby sister.
How many questions left, David?
There are only 2 questions left,
Leslie.
and I will be dead by the end of them. All right, here we go. We got one more. Now, you tell me who the hell goes next.
Who's next after me?
Stacy and Shy.
Stacy and Shy.
Stacey and Shy got the question. Here we go. The year 1958. Another celebrated novel was published today in Italy because the Soviet Union would not allow its publication in the author's homeland. All right, so, wow, that bear went up from Leslie. In fact, the author had to decline the Nobel Prize for fear of repercussions. Name this love story set before, during, and after the October Revolution. Leslie has
ask things I know.
It's here we
Yeah,
go.
go ahead.
It's Dr. Zhivago.
And the answer is Dr. Zhivago, indeed. No points, but who knows the author's name?
Oh, it's
Leslie, go for it.
yeah, go,
Lawrence
Leslie.
Pasternak.
That's right.
Lawrence Pasternak.
But
no
there's
points.
No, Cynthia and no, what's her name?
We should give her a point.
What's her name?
All right.
What's her name? Tell them your name again. It's only written there.
With me again?
I'm not. You won that one. You guys won. Okay.
I just can't remember your name.
You
As
look
a
like
quick aside,
Evelyn. He wants to keep calling you Evelyn because you
Oh,
look
right.
like an Evelyn in his mind.
there's a
Well,
great
Stacey
book
Wood,
out.
like Evelyn Wood. I read that.
Oh, you read that quickly, yes. Oh, God.
Sorry for the setup.
Yeah.
Completely
Sure.
unintentional.
Okay. Now this is it. This is for whatever will be all the marbles.
Well,
I
nobody
hope
can
we're
catch her
wrong.
now.
Okay, this is my question.
This is Lauren's question.
I get to humiliate myself once
Even
more.
further.
All right, you'll probably get this. You're Jewish, you'll get this. Here we go. 1972 was the year, Lauren. Okay. No hands up there. Amazing. The Summer Olympics in
Yeah, I knew what the question was, yeah.
Yeah, can we? I see his hand from Shy first.
Oh,
and then
I remember exactly where I was.
The Summer Olympics in this city were marred by Palestinian terror group Black September.
Yeah, the
named-
Munich massacre.
Where? What was it?
Munich.
And the answer is
When you said 1972 and Jewish, I knew the answer.
that was pretty much the given.
Did I get 4 points for that?
No, we
Even
got
that
2
won't
points.
help.
For knowing
Give her 4.
you said the question.
Ah, well, there we go.
Do the
And
question and the answer. Give her 4.
Right.
Yeah, we're okay with
I'll
that.
give her 1 extra point. since it's like a
Many
half.
points.
Many points. So Lauren, we're giving you 1 extra point just for fun, because it's like NPR. The winner. Here we go. Here we go. Oh my gosh.
I think it's Leslie.
No, it's Stacey.
That's why you only
Nowhere
have
near.
1 point.
Nowhere near. Actually, it seems to be Shy because Shy. did
Yes,
it
I
all
was
the-
going to say that too.
Yes, but I get points for choosing him. So
Good,
there you go.
good answer.
Absolutely.
Good answer.
She
And
gets
the
points
winner.
for that answer.
The winner is or are Shy, Sky,
Sky.
And Monica.
And
with 10
Evelyn.
points.
Guy, get in that picture.
Do we win a bottle of Malbec?
You get to look at a bottle of malt.
Yes.
You guys get to win
Come in
a
the
bottle of
picture.
Malbec.
Hey, tell them you're gonna drink it alone crying.
There she is.
Signing after the show. And
Hi,
then
Sky.
place was
Sky.
Cynthia.
Hi.
Hey.
Love you,
Hi,
miss
Sky.
you.
Love you and miss you too.
Lovely to have you on the air, Sky. Okay, because you're Sky, you're on the air. Don't even know what that means.
Oh,
How many aired Sky jokes is he gonna
And
make?
she's gone.
As
See, it's
many
the,
as he can.
it's the jokes.
It is.
it's very clear why Shy doesn't want to edit your work. You got to start with something.
Yeah. Well, no, well, when Sky comes in, she changes the atmosphere. But you know,
Oh.
she
actually
actually
good.
just laughed.
well, that's
You
good.
get a point for that.
We just gotta watch.
We just don't want Sky to turn blue. Yeah, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. By the way, Leslie
Bring
got
some
5.
oxygen, please.
Lauren wound up with 4. We kind of snuck you an extra point there. It was really 3, but 4. Shall we do this again, ladies? Not now. God knows not now.
I didn't hear, I'm sorry, I didn't hear my score because I have no idea.
You have 5.
Oh,
5.
I didn't pick up
The winning
anything
was
at all.
10.
Okay, I thought I picked up something. All right.
And then we're going to figure out how to do this right next time so that I figure out how to actually host a quiz.
Well, don't you think you
I'd
should
be
have
happy
some
to,
Lefkowitz
Please
cousins
come
in?
up with a plan.
Tonight is Slichot. Happy Slichot.
Okay? Happy sleep. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're in
Tonight is Slichot, so I will not be on for several weeks. It's the
Are you very religious, Lauren?
I am observant.
Whoa. But not Orthodox. You're sort of.
No, if I were Orthodox, I wouldn't be on a computer on Shabbos.
So
She
so
observes
when
most.
It's coming, yeah. And then
I during this time, there are certain things I won't do.
She's
Once-
more observant than the
I feel
rabbi.
bad for Bob then, but you know,
But you're an actor.
you don't know what that means.
What do you
So
think?
guys, what about next week? How about next week?
That was good.
No, I'm saying it's the Days of Awe. It starts tonight, and so
Aw,
How
yeah.
long is it, Lauren?
That's a
I, for
personal
me,
question.
it's through Yom Kippur. Shemini
It's
at
the
Seret, I'll do
28th.
anything. Shemini at Seret, I'll just go to town.
So it's through September 28th.
Sarah, your song.
Shmini Atzeret. Oh my God. Rabbi Solomon wrote a song about Shmini Atzeret, which you can find on the davesgoneby.com archives. Notice how I snuck that in there. davesgoneby.com, a song called Shmini Atzeret. Look for it wherever your Hebrew comedy songs are sold. Ladies and gentlemen, it remains for me, honestly, to invite whoever can come back, not the Jewess there, but the rest of you can.
Before you run,
Well, now, Shy, you can feel better because he makes fun of everybody,
I do.
right?
I do
He's an
indeed.
equal opportunity
He's the Don Rickles of
offender.
Facebook.
before you run, we didn't mention where you can find my sister's songs of her singing
Oh,
those
sorry, yes,
songs.
of course.
I
Her
didn't
dad-
think that they were published.
Well,
Oh, her.
She's
Never
on Pandora.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have a
Pandora
Pandora
wants
station.
to take off her because she's not lesbian. But yeah, no. Where else can you find the songs?
Well, she has a website.
Which is
But mainly you can buy my CD on Amazon. I'm going to have a pay-per-view actually in October of a concert coming up.
Where will you actually be performing, or will it be from home?
It's actually from the studio, but I won't be performing out anywhere.
Well, all right. A couple of things. First of all, Lauren Shub. By the way, people can see her name on the crawl there, but Lauren Shub. If you want to go to Amazon and get her CD, Lauren, I certainly want to invite you, especially back on the show for more of an interview, because I definitely want to pry your brain about more celebrities and things like that around the time when you're doing your concert. So obviously not over the next couple of weeks when I'll be talking to everybody else and stuff, but would love to have you for like a half hour, just chat about the theater and about your experiences. Because, quite honestly, when Cynthia was telling me about your background and saying, oh, she was in the utter glory of Morrissey Hall, she has one Broadway credit and it was there for a week. And all right. But now I'm realizing, holy shit, you've got tons of stories and the whole career thing. Not that Stacey, not that you don't have interesting, amazing stories from your background. You
I know,
Lauren. And then boom, you're gone. And I was like, holy crap. So great stuff too. But I certainly invite Cynthia and Jeff and Leslie and Sky and Shy and Ty and Mai and Bai and Stacy back in the neighborhood. Can we do it? Is 10:30 really too early for you, California people? California.
The
people?
only California person is Lauren, and she won't be here anyway.
I just have to wake up and call her.
Yeah,
I was up.
Thank
I
you
know
for the
you
call,
were.
Sin.
I woke Stacy up though in New
That's
York.
true.
Nice
That's
to meet you.
I
So are we
apologize
good
for
next
being
week
late.
at
I don't know what the hell happened to my.
Next Saturday, 10:30, back here. I'll send you guys the link. Yes, no?
Sure.
Sure.
Why not?
Shy, you coming?
No fucking way. Shy is like, I'm not touching Miss Man.
He hasn't said anything, Shy.
David, an actor.
It's lovely meeting all of you.
This is part
I'll
of
look at the
deal,
time.
Shy. This shows that you can work with any director, even the most incompetent. Me. So there you go.
I will
He'll
come
be-
back if Shy sings.
Oh.
Why don't you do the Carol Burnett Shy from Once Upon a Mattress? That would be cool.
Oh gosh, that is such a great song.
Shy, would you do that for us? Not now, but
I'm shy.
Woo!
I'm incredibly, and then I don't know the rest of the lyrics after that.
It doesn't matter. You even knew that much. I'm in love, Stacey. I'm absolutely in love.
Aw.
Very good.
Honestly,
song.
Leslie,
good-looking fellow.
you want to really fall in love, go to his YouTube channel. It is
He didn't even
amazing.
pay her for this.
Dave,
I
you
was
asked what
gonna
he's
say,
called.
who pays this woman?
I literally
what's the
introduced
critic
Guy
from?
to people
It's
as
in
my
Bitcoin.
boyfriend-in-law.
I say my pseudo brother-in-law, but it's close.
Not that Jeff, by the way, I forgot all about Jeff. He's there. Hello.
Hey, Jeff.
You're cute too, Jeff. You certainly are. Do you want to sing a song from Once Upon a Mattress?
Sure.
No, he should not sing. Jeff should not sing.
I'm asking my mother to sing, please.
Oh my God.
Dead or alive, it's no different. It was bad.
Oh, well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been doing today, yesterday on Dave's Gone By. I want to thank Lauren and Stacey and Sky and Shy and Cynthia and Jeff and Leslie Hoban.
Leslie.
Hopefully we'll have most of them back in next week. Thank you guys so much. This was really it was crazy, but it was a blast, which is the main thing. And I'll see you guys.
Maybe Bob will make it the next time.
Yeah, invite Bob. You know, tell him
That's great.
There's an octopus.
indoor golf. You know.
His disembodied hand is fantastic.
Yeah, and I hope he doesn't hit the windmill when he's playing golf. I hope he gets it. Okay. Bye, everybody. I'm gonna. How do I get rid of? No offense.
Now it's it. Thing in it.
Oh, hold on.
Look at Leslie. You didn't sign up for this, Leslie. It wasn't.
No, I'm fine.
No, she did sign up for this.
I did. I signed up for whatever came, so that's what came. Goodbye, Sin.
Bye. See you next time.
And bye-bye. Oh, and Leslie left too. Bye-bye, everybody. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Oh, you know, like Bat Day at Yankee Stadium did not have that level of stuff going on. Congratulations, by the way, to Stacey and Ty and Sky for winning the Today Yesterday game on this September 5th, 2020 in the Daverhood with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my wonderful wife, Joyce, Potato.
That didn't kill Zoom. If that didn't kill Zoom, nothing will.
Surprised it didn't kill me. Jesus Christ. Like, I'm taking shit from these people. It's like, you're calling it wrong. And I'm going around the dial. I'm just like, she's next.
But let me tell you, because on Zoom, the order of the tiles differs for each person.
Yeah, but I'm the host. I'm keeping track.
You have to tell them that you need to write it in chat and chat them all the order. So they all see the order in chat and then they all know it.
Right. Yeah.
Concrete instruction.
Good God in heaven. But boy, that was fun.
That was enjoyable.
So.
That was very manic. That was manic.
Now the show goes steadily downhill because we still have just a couple of things to do left in this episode of Dave's Gone By. It's our 762nd episode. We're calling it, surprisingly enough, Twisted Sisters.
I'm going to call Mom.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Joyce, for helping me out for this whole thing. We tried. We'll be off by like 1 o'clock. I promise here.
Don't forget, I'm used to undergrads and grads. So.
That's true. But yeah, we have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned coming up. I'm sorry about that, but we do. It's going to be going from Mack, Colorado.
Do you need anything?
My sanity. I need a bucket of this. Oh, even better, my Snapple. Thank you so much. Not to give them no, I'm great. We'll eat in like 20 minutes, in half an hour or so.
You're right. My stomach feels like it hasn't seen the rest of it.
So before we get to our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, boy, oh boy, we have had delightful guests, haven't we? Especially today with Cynthia and Jeff. They are now all friends of the Daverhood. Those are people who've been on the program in years past. They've been, some of the people that we mentioned, we were talking about Theodore Bickel. Wasn't great to hear a not so nice story about him, but there you go, that happens. But we've had people like Joe Franklin. Why am I'm picking up a lot of dead people? Carol Channing, also dead, but still alive people like Dick Cavett and Charles Grodin have been on this show in the past 17 and a half years that we've been on the air. And so we do a little segment that we like to call the Friends of the Daverhood. And we play a little music underneath. So we keep tabs. We let you know, hey, these people have been on the show. This is what they're doing now. For example, Alice Ripley, the Tony-winning actress from Next to Normal. She is, you can hear her on the McDowell Brothers podcast called Drama. You can find that on Spotify. She was just on it, and the audio is on there on Spotify. Our friend Alice Ripley. Want to remind you, every week we do this, and it's really great that he's doing it. The guitarist and musician Jorma Kaukonen, that's redundant, guitarist, musician, Jorma Kaukonen from Jefferson Airplane and Hot Tuna. He does a solo concert every Saturday from his ranch. It's called the Fur Piece Guitar Camp. This one's in Ohio. He may have them in various places, but he's in Ohio. at the Per Piece Ranch doing a solo concert at 8 o'clock tonight, and you can watch it for free on YouTube, Jorma Kaukonen. Want to let you know that playwright Richard Nelson, his latest Apple Family play, Incidental Moments of the Day, which is a virtual show. I mean, this is this great story. He's been doing these plays about these families that are getting through these political times and weird times. So he was doing these at the Public Theater, and then the pandemic hit. And since then, he's now done 2 completely virtual shows with the same cast about the same characters. And by the way, that cast includes our friend J.O. Sanders. So yay for Richard Nelson, yay for J.O. It will be a free stream, but they will ask you to donate to the Stage Directors and Choreographers Foundation. For more information, go to the applefamilyplays.com. Now through the end of September, our theater critic and actress friend, Isa Goldberg, is appearing in some one-act plays on YouTube done by the 68 Cent Crew Theater. So find their website, 68 Cent Crew. Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano posting duets of various cabaret and Great American Songbook songs on their YouTube page, Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano. Julie Halston doing virtual Halston Fridays on YouTube, and then of course you can watch them later on. Evan Seplow is the founder and editor of StageBuddy.com. Dr. Demento doing Dr. Demento shows at drdemento.com. Stuart Brown has his website, soundsofbroadway.com, that is 24-hour show tune music. So if you were lost when Shy started singing that song from Once Upon a Mattress, this is a place to get your education in musical theater. It's soundsofbroadway.com. Bob Cudmore doing podcasts about upstate New York history at bobcudmore.com. Read Phil Mushnick in the New York Post. He writes about sports, but from the angle of how sports are portrayed in media. And let's see, who else? Anybody else? Read Mike Peters. We talked about him. He writes columns for the Greeley Tribune, including the gnarly trombone and Greeley 100 years ago in the Trib. And those, my friends, are the friends of the Daverhood. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite an episode of the program here on this Saturday morning. It is September 5th. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. We're almost ready. Well, that was very Dr. Demento-ish, the way I said that. We're almost ready to end the program, but not before we torture you for a minute or two longer, because we have the Colorado Limerick of the Damned. As I explained earlier, Joyce and I lived in Colorado for a bunch of years. I started writing a poem about every single place in Colorado that I could think of, just for fun, and it's ballooned, and I've got about 120 of them now, and I share one every week on this program. Today, I am the Mack Daddy, because we're going to Mack.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 will end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. I found yet another place in Colorado nobody's ever heard of. It's Mack, Colorado. It's an unincorporated county, in Grand Junction, which is far Midwestern Colorado. It's far Midwestern, that makes no sense. It's the Midwest, far over, somewhere in Colorado. Named for John Mack, who was prominent in the asphalt business, so I guess he fixed hemorrhoids. Since 1992, basically the place is known for nothing but the Country Jam Ranch, which is, you heard me talk years ago about going to Merle Fest down in the Carolinas. This is their equivalent of that. It's like a country music event that they have every year, except this year. It's since 1992. Mack has been hosting the Country Jam Ranch with a festival there of country music and traditional music. So, Mack, Colorado, we're now going to christen you, as we have done so many other places, in the state of Colorado with our Colorado Limerick of the damned. A handsome young fellow named Jack deflowered a blind girl from Mack. She said, I'm not sure if you're rich or you're poor, but judging by that thing, you're black. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, send your comments and opinions and complaints to davesgoneby@aol.com. davesgoneby@aol.com. I still have an AOL account. I still read email. I try and message back everybody who does bother to write to me because it's meaningful. You know, I don't have millions of listeners. I have hundreds and possibly thousands. So it is great when people get back to you, especially when they say nice things. So davesgoneby@aol.com is the way to do that. Or, of course, you are welcome to post right here on our Facebook page, not just during the show, but all week long. Our Facebook page is Dave's Gone By. I want to remind you that I have a Twitter page, which is Radio Dave 2, or Twitter feed, I should say, Radio Dave, the number 2. So that's another good way of keeping up with the show. But the most important thing is to tell you, I don't think I had a chance to really mention this earlier, is that I realize we haven't done Inside Broadway yet. Well, I will tell you that davesgoneby.com is our archive site. So if you want to go back, the show was quite different when we started it, an hour long many years ago. The show was only an hour long, 11 o'clock Sunday nights. Then we went to Monday nights for an hour and a half and bounced back and forth on terrestrial radio. And we didn't start doing this video until about 3 years ago. But if you want to hear all our older episodes, hundreds of them, just go to my website, davesgoneby.com. Plus, we keep the archives at a site called archive.org. Just type in Dave's Gone By, and you're going to see all our episodes come up, all our interviews come up as well. Archive.org. If you just want the audio and you're a podcast kind of a person, go to castbox.fm, because our audio archives are there as well. Not in a video, but audio. Castbox.fm is another place to watch. And of course, YouTube has pretty much all our stuff, except they block a lot of it because of the music rights. Whatever. Still the best place is davesgoneby.com. Or of course, once this episode ends, Facebook automatically archives it on our page, which is wonderful. And you can keep scrolling down on Facebook to see the last 3 years of video programs that we've done, which are sometimes on Facebook, they're in better, unfortunately, better condition than they are when they get to our website, because then I've got to kind of download and crunch and get it on the thing. Here, plays a little bit better. Sometimes not. Anyway, these are all the different ways to connect with Dave's Gone By. Well, before I forget, before I end the show, oh my gosh, I knew that we'd forgotten to do one thing, and that was going inside Broadway. So let's do that real quick, and I'll give you some Broadway news from the Daverhood. Whoops. Should have done that. Here we go.
Inside Broadway, brought to you by Total Theater's Performing Arts Insider, your everything theater guide.
Yes, the Performing Arts Insider, which sponsors Inside Broadway. Find out more about this wonderful publication that has been around since the mid-1940s by going to performingartsinsider.com. And yes, although there's no theater now, this is predicated on the idea that theater's coming back. So it lists everything that was playing when Broadway stopped in March and everything that's supposed to be playing. And as the months roll forward, more and more shows are going to announce. They're going to start actual dates in 2021. We'll see Off-Broadway come back. This is the journal that you're going to want to see to find out what's what on, off, and off Broadway. Go to performingartsinsider.com, get yourself a subscription or a single copy to this magnificent journal, Performing Arts Insider. Well, I just want to tell you a couple of Broadway-related things. First of all, I want to let you know that some companies that at least have the money and have the wherewithal are moving forward. I mean, these are horribly tough times. All the especially the independent theater companies, the off and off, they're begging for loans and handouts from the government and special things and free rent, because without it, they're not going to make it. One company that is trying to is Primary Stages, long-term off-Broadway theater. They have announced their fall season. It is all virtual, but at least they're keeping it going and trying to find some revenue streams to do that. And so check it out. Our friend of the Daverhood, Charles Bush, is going to star in his play, The Tribute Artist, which they did a couple of years ago off Broadway. It's about an unemployed female impersonator who plays his dead landlady in order to keep her apartment. The Tribute Artist is the show. It got very good reviews. He's going to do a Zoom version of it, and that will be this autumn. Also, Charlene Woodard is doing a show called The Night Watcher. It's a solo show, autobiographical. It's a look at the children. She doesn't have children of her own, but she has mentored a lot of kids in her life, and she's conceived and written a show about that. It's called The Night Watcher. That will be virtually from Primary Stages in the fall. Also, there's a choreo poem coming up called Sail Beneath, put together by Chesney Snow and Deirdre Murray, all about race and class in America. And they will also have special events in this virtual season for Primary Stages. They're going to have their annual gala, hosted by the very funny comedian Judy Gold, and Teresa Rebeck, who is one of the few playwrights who really gets done on Broadway frequently. She is doing an adaptation of A Christmas Carol that they will have online around the holidays. So yeah, it's kind of sad that we won't be seeing the Primary Stages shows off Broadway physically in space. They'll probably do them from the theaters, but they'll do them distance with no audience, but the audience will be you watching from home at Primary Stages. And just the last piece of Broadway news, we're gonna say winky farewell to Virginia, AKA Winky Bosler, 93 years old, died last Sunday. She was trained in ballet, studied under Merce Cunningham and some other notable ballet choreographers. Agnes DeMille noticed her, cast her in the 1946 Broadway show Bloomer Girl, which she also did on tour. And then she was in the original Brigadoon, playing Jean. She also played Jean in the movie, although they cut the role back a lot. Winky was in Cole Porter's Out of This World. She was in the musical Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. She was in Leonard Sullivan's New Faces of 1952. And she even had a part in the film version of Oklahoma. She toured with Brigadoon and Oklahoma revivals. And then many, many years ago, she retired and did a lot of dance notation. It's like, I forget the word, but it's labinopathy something, where how do you tell dancers from future generations what the moves were? So there was a language created to transcribe what dance moves looked like. It's like LABA, I think it's called. And she did that for a lot of choreographers and dance companies. And then when she was in her 70s, she was teaching yoga. So farewell to Virginia Winky Bosler from the Daverhood. And she certainly was someone who helped make Broadway grand.
It's the famous gay white way, where the night is bright as day. Ain't Broadway grand?
It's not just a thoroughfare, it's a tingle in the air. Ain't
Broadway grand indeed, here in the Daverhood, where it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. On this Saturday, September 5th, 2020, you have been watching the 762nd episode of Dave's Gone By. With me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling, wonderful wife who couldn't take any more, Joyce, but bless her for keeping track of the quiz and for dealing with the chat and the watch party and everything. God, she's just great. So thank you, Joyce, and thank you so much to our guests in the Daverhood on this Saturday. Let me get all the names, because I couldn't keep them all straight before. We had Leslie Hoban Blake, director and theater critic. Remember that she has directed a show that's going into the, I think it was the Rochester Theater Festival, she said. Forgive me for forgetting. But our friend of the Daverhood, Charlie Gross, wrote a show kind of based around Alice's Restaurant, and he'll be doing that for the Fringe Festival, and it's all virtual. You'll be able to watch it for free in a couple of weeks. So yay for Leslie for doing that and being with us on this Saturday. And thank you to Cynthia and Jeff, who have really become stalwarts of the show. Sorry you didn't win the quiz today, guys, but better luck next time. Thank you also very much, and welcome and greetings to our new friends of the Daverhood, Stacey Shub and Shyaporn Theerakulstit Smith. Really, and all kidding aside, it was great to have both of you. Oh, and their daughter Sky as well. And Lauren Shub and Robert. Well, no, thank you to Robert. Playing golf was more important to him than doing my show. But thank you so much to Lauren. The Shubs were absolutely great and delightful to have on the program, and you will be seeing some of them certainly back in the Daverhood playing the game in the weeks ahead. So, it just remains for me to thank you all for tuning in. Remind you to go to davesgoneby.com. Remind you to write to me at davesgoneby@aol.com. Check the Twitter feed at Radio Dave 2. And to, hey, 3-day weekend. I think we all need it, even though there's no place we can go and nothing we can really do. But even so, if you've been laboring in any kind of a way, even unemployed people are working on some kind of stuff, if only their resumes, if only their LinkedIn, if only dealing with family, if only dealing with trying to get groceries in. So take some time for yourself this holiday weekend and salute the work that you do and appreciate the work that everybody else around you does. The stuff that you think looks easy and simple and can't get, as I was saying before, when my boss was so kind, when things went wrong the night before, when we were trying to get a video up on the website of the school, and there was none of our fault that the servers crashed, that the whole internet of the district crashed for a bunch of hours, but we didn't know that at the time, and neither did the parents who were watching, and neither did any of the principals or assistant principals. We just knew, oh no, she's supposed to be broadcasting, and now she's not. And, technical people are supposed to be helping, and we're the technical people, help. So, when she came in that next day and far from being dressing us down or far from being depressed and down about it, came in, gave us all a bottle of wine. It gave us like 5 bottles of wine. We drank 4 of them that day, but, and took that attitude and understood the work that we do to get to a certain point, the work that God knows she does. In the first week of school, in the most insane year ever. Everybody, if everybody just appreciate what it takes just to get everything that we need to get along in this life, I think we'd get along a lot better. Anyway, end of the sermon, not even being funny about that. I need to be funnier. I'm sorry, I'll do the toothbrush. We'll be back next week. With I think it might actually be a holiday, a Jewish holiday, Rosh Hashanah. I have to check on that. But either way, with the 763rd episode of Dave's Gone By. Please be there with us. Please tell your friends. Tell them to check out the website. Tell them to join us on Facebook and watch the Daverhood every week. And work hard and gone by.
Dave's gone by.